time ago, 'twas written in the stars that Zach should make a wearable display using a clear OLED. And then it was written again in the suggestion box. And then it was written again in a comment, and again in a suggestion box, and more comments, and DMs, and emails, and on Instagram, and on Twitter, and this day has finally come. We are making a heads-up display using a clear OLED. I almost made it through that entire thing. Yeah, that's right. We have actually started the stream on time. There are all kinds of cool things going on. Check this out. I finally put up the sponsor matrix right there behind me so you can see all the cool people who spend their hard-earned dough supporting the channel. That's right. I've even combed my beard so it is luscious and lush. Yes. Yeah, today is going to be a pretty cool episode. I hope. Oh, I should probably turn this on, shouldn't I? Hey, that's making my light look a lot more balanced. Why is my face so blown out? What the heck is going on here? So today is going to be a pretty cool episode because we have a pretty sick project to build. It's exactly what it says in the tin. We are going to... What? Now I'm under. Now I'm over. Now I'm under. What the heck? Yeah. Today we're going to build one of the most oft requested projects on the channel. And that is a heads-up display using a clear organic light emitting diode. Also, note that my face isn't appearing in another place over here. I finally fixed that. We have a couple cool things going on here. So without further ado, let's remember that I forgot to turn my light on again. So let's log into my shelves and switch them on. I think there's something wrong with the voltage regulator that's powering the processor for this. So I think everything's messing up. 100%, and we are go. Yes! Show me your moves. Alrighty, so apparently someone has given us a super chat before we even started streaming. So thank you very much. Katja Purrs, thanks a lot for the US buck. $5 says Zach is frantically checking OBS scenes and testing sound and video right now. Nay, I was up late last night doing that. That's right, I actually prepared properly this time. So all I had to do was hit the start streaming button and hit the start streaming button. And then I remember, while that was going live, that I forgot to turn on my camera and then turn on the camera. But apart from that, yeah. So we have a couple things going on here. First, let's explain what the heck we're actually talking about. So I've already done a little bit of work on this project, just a bit, just to sanity check everything. And this is what we're going to be working on today. This is the bare bones basics. Ablative Kitten, thanks a lot for kicking us off today with some quid. Evening, Freed Zackerman, how's your day going? And then in tiny text, tiny superscript, I saw ducks. I think the ducks are in your own mind. But yeah, thanks a lot for dropping in. Thanks a lot for the donation, and thanks a lot for being such an active member on our Discord, which all of you are hereby formally welcome to join. That's discord.gg/voidstarlab. Let me type that in: https://discord.gg/voidstarlab. Boom. There we go. So yeah, let's talk about what we're actually making today. This is sort of like the first version. This 3D design actually is a keeping problem, which we'll talk about in a sec. But let's open this up and explain what the heck is going on here. So this is a clear organic light emitting diode display. It's it's an LED. It's an LED display, right? It's a display that draws stuff in glowing pixels. You've probably seen the SSD 1306 displays before. Same idea, except this one's clear. See? You can see through it. It's not like glass clear. There's a bit of a screen door thing going on there. It acts like a diffraction grating, so it It makes pinpricks of light look weird, but it is clear enough to look through. The glare is pretty strong, so it's harder for you to see than me see. This H4 asking the important questions, is it RGB or monochrome? This is monochrome. It's just white, but it's a beautiful ice white color. So you can see the ribbon cable on it is quite short. So I've hooked it up to this. I've spliced it onto this extender, which I've got connected to some wires, and that is going to lead it back to the driver board. This is made by a company called Crystal Fonts, who also supplied the display. If you look in the description, I've linked to a bunch of this stuff. I actually linked to this on Amazon because, in retrospect, I think SparkFun's breakout board would have been better than this one. This one has like headers on it. SparkFun's uses this quick thing. It's this 4-pin ribbon cable connector. So yeah, it is an expensive display. It's a 6. Yeah, if you check the description, it's $40. If you were to buy this from Crystal Fonts, though, the combination of display and driver board is actually more expensive. They sell the display for, I think, $23, and the driver board is about $20, so it's slightly more expensive. Yeah, so today, but today we're going to be using this because that's what we got. That's what we got. We're going to have to doctor this board up a little bit so that we can reasonably fit it in a wearable. So for the processor, let me move this back over here. So for the processor and the battery, here's what we're going to be running with. This is an Adafruit Feather NRF52, which is Bluetooth low energy board. So we'll be able to actually connect this to a phone or something and feed it data. Not to say I will, but we can. And that's what matters for the purpose of putting an outline in the description. And that's what Hackaday cares about. So yeah, this is Adafruit's Feather. It has a built-in Bluetooth low energy controller, built-in USB circuitry, and it's running off a I think they use a Raytac. Yep, Raytac module. Not the headphones. Different company. It's a particularly small and nice Bluetooth low energy module. I actually am really getting into these Feather things. The thing that makes the Feather better than the Teensy. Well, first off, neither one is better than the other because they have different features. This one is literally, it's just an NRF52 Bluetooth low energy breakout board, right? That's it. But the thing that makes the Feathers interesting is that it has a lithium-ion controller and a regulator built in. So you just hook up a LiPo, and it can charge the battery, you can run off a battery. You don't need any extra circuitry like you do with the Teensy. It's not as powerful as a Teensy, and not everything is ported as well, especially to the NRF52 one, which isn't sold as well. I don't think it's sold as well as the Wi-Fi one. Anyways, we're going to be using this. And yeah, and I got this battery here. It's like a long, thin stick, which is perfect for wearables. I initially thought this was going to be in the temple, but I don't think it will. We'll figure it out later. Yeah, we're going to throw this over here and deal with that in a sec. The final order of... Yeah, we got a few orders of business here, but the next one is very important, and that is that today's episode is sponsored by Thangs. That's right, Thangs.com has graciously sponsored this episode. This is, I believe, the last episode. I think it's the last episode they're sponsoring this month, and they have been very good to the channel. Thangs.com is your place to get all kinds of 3D printable and editable models. So yeah, whether you are using a resin printer or you're using using an FDM printer, or whether you're not even using a printer, you're just using CAD. Things.com's got you covered. Somebody has been uploading non-stop, back-to-back, like kick-ass D&D minis. Let me show you this stuff. This is crazy. Let's go to Things.com, and you got it. And check. I mean, first off, Baby Groot. This is just adorable. You can see how it has this 3D preview that renders like as fast as an image would, and lets you rotate the thing around in the 3 dimensions in seconds. And you can even download you can even open this in augmented reality if you're on a phone, so you can see it in the real world. But look at these crazy D&D things. This guy made. Here we go. It's a hut on chicken feet. Why not? Print it in 3D. Here's a robot bear. Check it out. Robo Bear. You want a Robo Bear? You head to Thangs.com. I don't think this is supposed to be a robot bear. I think this is supposed to be the bear from the Golden Compass. Let's look at a couple more. Let's see. Oh, of course, you gotta have some minis to put creepily on your desk. This is a rather large quiver she's got there. I like a girl with a large quiver. Yeah, lots of there are like 100 of these things. Someone's been uploading them back to back, and these things are awesome. So I can't wait to set up a resin printer so I can start running them off. Anyways, use the link in the description. Go to Thangs.com. Thanks for supporting the channel. We're gonna try to get if we get today's project in a good state, I'd like to get it up there. And yeah, there you go. Anyways. Let's before we dive into it, looks like we got ourselves a super chat. Pugs are epic. I agree. I too like animals that look like they ran full force into a wall before they were fully cooked. Thank you very much for the generous super chat. But he asks, she, or they asks, can you eat the plastic? I can't. I mean, the answer is always yes. The question is what the consequences will be. If the question is, can you eat it, the answer is always going to be yes. But the real problem is what's going to happen afterwards. So, can I? Yeah. Should I? I don't think that's a good idea for the longevity of this channel. Thank you very much for the super chat, though. I really appreciate it. Oh, hey, Adam Bryant points out the house on chicken legs is Baba Yaga's house. Very nice. Alrighty. Well, without further ado, I think we need to turn our attention and our monitor. Actually, let me think of how we're going to do this. Oh, of course, there's one more thing to show you. Okay, so check this out. Check this out. Check this out. First off, we got the macro camera set up, and holy crap, it is really blown out. There we go. Much better. All right, we got the macro camera set up. So now we can get a closer look at stuff as we make it. I should probably focus that a little bit. We'll do it in a sec. But the other thing I did is I've wrapped up the E3, the Ultimate printer. Like I've tucked all the cables in there. I hooked up the ergobleds. I finished that little. Remember the display? Remember like the little strip display? Finished that up, mounted it. And check it out. There we go. We have an overhead printer cam. And the overhead printer cam is frozen. Oh, why does this keep happening? Screen's going to go black for a sec. Don't worry. Don't you worry about a thing. I just have to deactivate and reactivate this. Is it plugged in? What the heck? What the heck, folks? Oh, jeez. To err is human, but to truly mess up, you need a computer. Let's try this one more time. Deactivate it. Activate it. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, I still have the... There we go. That should slow the fan down so that's less distracting. But yeah, we have an overhead view of the situation. So we'll be able to see what's going on. So check this out. I'm going to step away from... Oh, hang on a sec. Let's give you something to look at. I'm going to step away from the computer for 1 second, and I'm going to turn on the lights in this thing using that display that's mounted right on it. Check. I mean, I guess there's nothing really to check out here, but... you know what, let's... There we go. Let's move this down so you can see what's going on. Check this out. Look at that. We got a display. It's a touchscreen. It's very easy to use. So lights on. Yeah, there we go. So now I don't need to sit. So now I don't need to sit in front of my computer just to do something like change the filament. Yeah, check that out. And you can see our ergobleds. of course, we got both strips of ergo blades working. Got that all hooked up. We have a little bit of room to put in more if we really want to. But yeah, that's not. You didn't come here to see some lights on a 3D printer. We're gonna use a 3D printer. But yeah, you came here to see me build stuff. So yeah, today's project has been requested a lot, and I want to clear the air about a couple things. We're gonna end up talking about this a few times. Yeah, here, let's, I'm going to switch us over here. You can see the Darjeeling Supreme tea that I was sipping on. Yeah, so this project has been requested a lot. And especially if you're a longtime viewer of the channel, you know that my face is completely blown out. Did I turn off the auto exposure? Oh, that wasn't smart. That wasn't smart of me, was it? We'll deal with that if it becomes a problem. Alright, so this project has been requested often. And, oh, I should probably show you what this thing looks like when we power it up, right? That'll probably help put everything in context, won't it? Yeah, I've done a little bit of prep work here to make sure that this goes smoothly. I haven't done any engineering, though. I'm going to need another micro USB cable. I've only done some bare basics just to get an idea of how the project is going to go and to make sure our parts work. Let me tell you, there's nothing worse than jumping right into building a project. You know, designing like 3D models and stuff, and then discovering that your electronics are broken, that they were dead on arrival. So yeah, we like testing. So check this out. Let me try to get this lined up in a way that makes sense. So plug this in. This one is actually yep, and check that out. It's upside down. Haha. Yeah. So that's what it looks like. It's actually kind of bluish now that I'm thinking about it. I think this was white for some reason, but I guess I'm dumb. No, it's blue. Okay, I was just straight up wrong. It's blue. So yeah, this is a clear display, and yeah, you can see that it is in fact quite clear. Here, check. I'm gonna put this behind it, and it is like quite clear. And this has been requested very, very often, right? This is one of the most common requests that I get on this channel. Just I gotta take out my tea ball before my Darjeeling gets too overcooked. So this is one of the most common requests in the channel, and I've actually put a what should I call it? Oh no, I'm dropping all my stuff on the floor. I've actually put an entry in the FAQ about this because this won't work. I'm gonna make let's clear the air here. I said in the FAQ that this can't work, and nothing has changed. I haven't discovered anything new. Like, this cannot be used as a heads-up display. I'm not going to go too deep into why that is, because that's what the episode is about. But we're going to build this thing, and it's going to look cool as heck. And, like, you never know. Like, it might end up having utility outside what we, might end up having utility outside of what we think of. But, yeah, nothing has... If you've heard my rants before, nothing has changed. This is the first time we're building a project that I don't think is going to work. Now that's the other thing to remember here, is the phrasing there. I don't think it's going to work, but I'm not omniscient. Like, I can be proven wrong. This is why you prototype. Remember, I often talk about prototypes as a way to, kind of kill your bad ideas, right, and to reality check. But that's not always the case. Remember, prototypes can work in the other direction too. You can have doubt about an ability. You can have doubt about something, right? Especially if a lot of people are interested in it. And a prototype can actually prove you wrong, right? It can prove them right. So sometimes it makes sense. On top of that, it can show if there are aspects to a project that you didn't see in the first place. It cuts both directions. Usually things work worse in real life than they do in your head, but sometimes things work better in real life, or they have uses you didn't expect. Anyways, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build this thing because this is a pretty straightforward project. And then, yeah, I'm going to use this to make an episode explaining how the optics work in a heads-up display and why I don't think this one's going to work, but the one that I wear all the time, not right now, does. So, yeah, So yeah, let's take a look. By the way, I know a lot of folks constantly ask, like, what I'm doing. There is a to-do list on the screen at all times. Is right under my face, right here. If you're listening, tab over, take a look. Right here, it says what the project is. This shouldn't change, although now I can change it. Then below it, we have a to-do list. And below that, it's a reminder to support our projects on patreon.com/Zach Freedman, because that's our project fund. We do have sponsors, but like the episodes, like parts themselves cost money, and all the donations help. But forgetting the begging, like the important part is that to-do list. So yeah, we update this throughout the day. So if you ever log in, you don't know what the heck's going on, just read this stuff. I know it's reading is hard. You'd rather someone just explain it to you in a video, but there are people who've been watching for 2 hours and they're sick of hearing the same thing over and over again. So anyways, yeah, to-do list. So here's what we're doing today. First, we're going to take the partially completed today we're going to take that partially completed 3D printed headset design that I showed off before. It has some major problems, so we gotta deal with those. And we're gonna start that printing, and then we're going to make the headband part, the part that actually attaches it to my head. It's gonna be like almost a pair of headphones type thing. I decided against actually attaching it to headphones because I want to be able to hear. But we're gonna make some headphones, make a headband type thing, put it in there. We're going to extend that to get our electronics. Basically, we're going to... It says write code and solder stuff, and I think now that I'm looking at that, it's probably backwards. We probably want to get our headband down, and then we want to solder the stuff together, and then revise our design to get the electronics in it. And then, assuming, like, if we can actually finish all the hardware, we are going to write some code to make it display something cool, and then we're going to look sick! So a neat part of Illyria D. Click says, I love the irony of people complaining about reading using written text. That's right. People are. I think maybe some folks get like tunnel vision on the live chat, and I've also realized, by the way, that my live chat isn't always replaying on some of my stream replays, which you can watch by being a patron. But yeah, I'm gonna go back after this is done and re-enable that so you can revisit all the shenanigans. Anyways, this project is gonna be fast to print, which means that we're actually gonna be doing real 3D printing today. We're going to be doing real 3D printing today, and actually like doing iterations here, because something like this, because of how thin it is, only takes about half an hour to print. So we're gonna try to run that off on the new printer, and anyways, that's enough introduction. So let's take our stuff. Let's head back over to the computer. Let's fire up some CAD software, and let's make this happen. Ablative Kitten, thank you so much for the two quid. Oh my god, making me read? What a meanie. I'm pretty sure you made me read. That seems a lot like what happened in that circumstance. Oh, one other thing you might notice. Why is this happening? One other thing you might notice here is that the display flickers, and this is an artifact of the camera. This doesn't have anything to do with... This doesn't have... Like, the display doesn't really flicker in real life. It literally... I cannot see this thing flickering unless I look past it very quickly. It's caused by how the frame rate of the camera works with the refresh rate of the display. Basically, not every pixel is on at once. It turns on some pixels, then the next batch, and the camera sees too fast, and it actually the camera sees too fast, and it finishes rendering a picture before it collects data from all the pixels, so it's not flickering, it just looks like it. So Illyria D-Click and Falcon suggest it's a rolling shutter effect. It might be. I thought the rolling shutter effect is when an object... I thought that it's the opposite problem, that instead of the camera capturing the entire frame of view at once, it captures a bit, then a bit, then a bit, then a bit. And I don't Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I'm not sure that's the case here. Yeah, I don't think the yeah, you see, Blackmagic doesn't do that. You see how my finger doesn't seem to change shape as it goes back and forth? Let's use a stick. See how it doesn't seem to change shape? It just blurs. I don't think the Blackmagic uses a rolling shutter. I think it takes a yeah, I think it uses a global shutter. I think it takes snaps a shot and then like pulls off all the data. Yeah, that will help if the object is moving very fast, but it won't help if the object itself is flickering. Instead, if I wanted to resolve this, I would need to increase my exposure time so that it's long enough to get... Basically, it's long enough to capture some image whenever each pixel is up. And I have to match it closely, or I'll have the other problem in that one strip of LEDs gets to light up twice, and that would make a bright spot instead of a dark spot. So yeah, this is a problem I'm going to have to solve in order to do the episode. But yeah, that's a bridge to cross later. Luckily, this is a very high quality camera, and I have a lot of controls over how often. Basically, I have a lot of controls over how often I pull the image off of it, as well as how long it takes to make the image. Basically, I can control frame rate and exposure to a very high level of granularity. So yeah, without further ado, let's head back over to our very favorite CAD program that I like to bag on a lot, and yeah, let's work on this. So I've done a little bit of work so far. We're going to continue using our Space Mouse today. So all right. Last time on Monday, I reduced the display density to try to make the numbers, basically try to make like numbers and stuff, tools easier to see. Alright, so when I rewatched the stream, I saw that it wasn't really that easy to see the numbers and stuff. Yeah, it didn't make it that easier, but it did make my life harder in trying to precisely click stuff, because Fusion doesn't really play nice with a higher display density. So, yeah, I'm gonna be keeping this at normal resolution. If you're having trouble seeing stuff, let me know, and if enough folks are having trouble, then we'll change. I'll change the display density to make it easier to see lines and stuff. But yeah, without further ado, WLGT asks, Fusion 360 isn't good. What's better at that price? It's not that it's not good. I use it because it's good. The problem is the cloud-based business is like cloud subscription-based business model. I don't like it. I don't think you should have to pay repeatedly for the same product. I think it's a business model that discourages companies from making substantial improvements. Basically, if you can charge for the same product forever, why would you ever improve it? And yeah, I think it's important that every company constantly has a gun to its head, forcing it to improve its service, improve its product, and improve its pricing in order to keep selling. Basically, they have to get better and better over time in order to make money. And I don't like the way a business model like this allows you to make money forever without improving anything. That said, I mean, SolidWorks, the alternative is SolidWorks, which has a similar timeline function and is a one-time payment, but very few other hobbyists use SolidWorks. So if I were to do all my stuff in SolidWorks, it would make my work unapproachable. So at least for now, it's a necessary evil. But if their pricing policy becomes more predatory, I'll switch everything over. By the way, all of you should do this. PSA: remember, if you're using something like Fusion 360, your files aren't stored on your computer. They're stored on Autodesk's computer, and at any time, Autodesk could delete them. It could corrupt them. It could tell you have to pay in order to access them. So you remember, take backups of your projects. Take backups of your projects. You can use if you haven't done this, get in Fusion 360 and just export every one of your projects. It only takes a couple seconds, and you now have nothing to fear from predatory behavior on the part of Autodesk. Anyways, that's your PSA for the day. So let's go and build stuff. So I made a major problem. So you can see how I constructed this. We have this bracket at the front that holds it. I left it open at the bottom so it looks cool. We've got this part here to hold the, where is it? We have this part here to hold the little clippy dingus. And yeah, the cable goes up here. It makes a right. Yeah, the cable goes up here, and mine is bent at a right angle because that's how I thought I would design this thing originally. But then I decided to instead just put the driver board right up here. So yeah, this is a major problem that I am a little dumb, and we're gonna have to fix before we get too deep into it. And that is that it is upside down. So yeah, the way I set this up is, so you can see a part of this. All right, so if we turn our attention back to our demo, you can see that the basically, like, see this white blob right here, this white oval. Take note of that. And now take a look at how I have mine set up. See, there's text, right? You can see that there's also a label on the ribbon cable here, but the ribbon cable on here is on the other side. And that's because I designed this upside down. So yeah, this causes two problems, right? The first is that we would have to do all our rendering backwards. Like, we'd have to, like, think in backwards coordinates. We wouldn't be able to use, I'm sure there are built-in font support and stuff. We wouldn't be able to use any of that. The other thing is that this part here, this bulge, is so bulgy. That's going to be pressing into my forehead. It's going to be really obnoxious. So, yeah, first order of business is to reverse our dimensions. And, yeah, basically reverse our dimensions and turn this thing around. Turn the beat around. All right. So the head, yeah, the eyepiece is okay. I'm getting better with the Space Mouse too. You see that? Yeah, getting some practice. Thanks again to Felix for donating that. Yeah. Anyways, oh, speaking of donating, I feel the need to promote this from time to time because it's new. We got a PO box. We finally did it. We finally got a P.O. box. I have been watching a ton of, what is it called? LGR, Lazy. I've been watching a ton of LGR mailbag episodes, and now I really want to get in on that mailbag action. So, yeah, Brooke, if you could be so kind as to put the mailbox address there. Yeah, I'd like to get a couple... I'd like to get a mailbag episode going at some point. I think that would be really fun, because that would be a neat opportunity to do a little reverse engineering too, or to take a look at some tools and prints and projects that people have made. I think that's sick. Oh, Talon, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we finally got that up. Again, not my intention here isn't to my intention here is not to beg. It's just to I've just been watching a huge amount of LGR mailbag. Anyways, let's I forget how I had this thing set up. What is going on here? I'm guessing this is connected to here. Yeah, I'm guessing that went there. Okay, so we got this thing backwards. Basically, it's going down when it should be going up. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I'm going to be going into the tank a little bit here. Brooke is going to let me know if I miss any super chats, so don't worry about that. But I'm going to be going into the tank a little bit so we can make some progress, because we've been rolling for a bit, and yeah, I think it's about time we start building some stuff. So yeah, this is backwards, and yeah. So let's see. We've got. I'm trying to remember how I laid this design out. So this is set 3.6. So instead of this being below here, all right. So instead of this being below here at at 1.6, because I can't really see. Instead of this being below here at 1.6, I want to instead make it go above by 1.6. So what's the course? So we want to go between, so instead of going between this line and this line is 1.6, we want to go between this line and this line. Okay. So let's cut that. And then this line, oh, no, wrong line. These two have to be 1.6. There we go. And that should be all we need. That should be all we need. So let's, I'm going to hit Finish Sketch, and we'll see if it corrupts our drawing. All right, looks like looks like we've punched a hole in it, but apart from that, it looks like we're fine. So before we move on, oh, it looks like we have a couple of, all right. So it caused a couple problems, but all in all, not the end of the world. So let's look for, let's look for some asymmetries. All right. So let's roll the, so basically we're going to roll the history marker back, and we're just going to go through it step by step, looking for anything that doesn't add up. So is this supposed to be here? I don't think, is this, Oh, right, alright, so, okay, so it looks like we changed some geometry here, so this isn't coming through, so let's add that in. We have to do that in two places. Nope. Hang on a sec. We have to do that in two places. Yep. Here we go. We've missed this bit right here. I'm gonna try to orient this so you can see the action. There we go. That's what adjusting the display density would really do. Is it makes the lines bigger. It does make the geometry bigger because we can just zoom in. We can zoom however we want. It's free country. So let's see. This seems like it is working okay. And then fill that in. Looks like we have, it looks like we missed a spot. Oh, it looks like I think I added too much in here. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I made a boo-boo. This shouldn't. Hang on, something's not looking kosher here. Is that supposed to be stepped like that? Yeah. Oh, right. It has to be stepped because that's where the board goes. So, okay, kick butt. Let's see. I just want to make sure those two line up. Yep. Very nice. All right. So let's go. Let's go on to our next step. Let's make sure. I think. I suspect we're supposed. All right. So it looks like we found where the holes are showing up. Yep, there we go, hole handled. It made me think of, used to be an ad for this device called the Hole Hog. That's like this ridiculously powerful, basically a super powered power drill called the Hole Hog, and that's what it says. Hole handled. The Hole Hog is like, it's like this. It's designed to like punch holes in like walls and floors and stuff, so it's really powerful. Okay, so looks like we're out of the woods here. We're out of the woods. We're out of the weeds. So somewhere along the way, it looks like we didn't close off this other side. I wonder what's supposed to happen there. So is this it? No. Is this it? So it should probably be this one, right? That's weird. Did we just... Was this... This wasn't open in the first place. So let's see. This is the endpoint here. It's just one side, so it's not symmetrical. Maybe we just forgot. Let's... I'm gonna zoom... I'm gonna bring our history marker all the way past the last extrude. Looks like we just never did it. I guess That's weird. I'm sure this isn't gonna come back to bite us at all. All right, so let's add it again. Let's extrude, and yeah, we want to extrude. Oh, you know what? We'll just copy here. Copy this. Start from here and extrude it by I think 2. Very nice. So one thing I noticed is that the two halves weren't fitting tightly together. So I'm gonna add myself a little more room here. We're gonna make this a bit wider. So it looks like these are what set the dimensions. So instead of it being 22.25, let's just make this around 23. Not around 23, like around 23. 23. Okay, good. So that should make this 23 on the inside. Here's what we're going to do to make sure. I'm just going to create a section plane here, slice this open to get a cross section, and just measure the distance between here. 23, awesome. I also don't know why I set these walls. I mean, let's hide our section. I don't know why I set these walls to be 2 millimeters, considering that every other wall here is 1.2 millimeters. So, yeah, we're gonna deal with that. Minus 1.2. Yeah, I like to make walls a multiple of my nozzle size, or slightly larger.
You have a super chat.
I have a super chat.
Yeah,
thank you.
Discord.
Thank you very much, Brooke. Designer's Mind, thanks a lot for the $5. I'd recommend using parameters. That way you can label all your important dimensions, use trig functions, and edit them all from one place. I've had very bad luck using parameters in Fusion 360. I find that it's basically impossible to avoid creating a drawing that when you edit a parameter, it still renders. It also slows it down a lot. Instead, I prefer like once the drawing is in a fairly good state, like once I'm fairly confident in it, I'll look through. So in the parameters list here, check this out. So in the parameters list, you can there's one. How do you do this? There's something for every dimension. Yep, here we go. So in the parameters list, it shows you. Let me try to get this in a way people can see it. So these right here, so I haven't set up any parameters, and yet this list here is fully populated. Every number that I type in anywhere shows up here. Every dimension, every extrude, every angle, everything ends up in here. So what I'll do is after the drawing is in a fairly good state, I'll open all these up and I'll scroll through and I'll look at where the same number is showing up over and over. It's also easy to waste a lot of time parameterizing stuff that you only use once. And that eats up a lot of time because then, you have to type it in repeatedly, you end up overthinking the project. So instead, I'd rather make the project, and then when I see like, oh, here's 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Looks like that's some sort of tolerance. Then I can easily replace all of that from here, right? You can edit your dimensions from within the parameters menu. So I don't even need to hunt down where all those dimensions live in all the drawings. So yeah, I prefer to do that later or when it comes time to actually modify them. Because you can see all your dimensions in one place there. You don't have to, go through each thing and hunt them down. So yeah. Premature optimization is the root of all evil. Alright, next thing we have to do is we have to flip this around. So this is actually a bit of a... Whoa. So, yeah, let's move this over here. So this is actually a bit of a change. Because remember, we just flipped this all upside down. So we need to change the dimensions. But this hole for the wires now needs to point on the other side. Because we have flipped it over. So this actually is a bit of a substantial change to the design. So here we go. So it looks like... so yeah, we're going to flip this over. So now this here, instead of being attached to the top, needs to be attached to the bottom. So let's remove our coincident constraint. Let's remove our other coincident constraint. Come on, there we go. Get out of there. So it looks like this is in relation to the bottom. So we're going to want to also get rid of that constraint on this. Oops. Yeah, we're going to want to get rid of that constraint on the construction line as well, so that we can move it around. Why is it not letting me move the construction line around? What gives? What's it still attached to? Oh, here. All right. Oh, there we go. All right. So now instead of that being in line with there, we want that to be in line with there. Actually, there is no reason to remove that constraint here. Then we want this to be attached here. Let's actually just use coincident. Let's apply our constraints the hard way. Boom, boom, there we go. What's this wire even doing here? That shouldn't be there at all. That should be here. All right, so then it looks like we've set our dimension. Actually, let's coincidentize that as well. It's like deputizing it. Okay, so this bottom here is 2.5 away from this one. Okay, so we want this to be 2.5 away from this. So let's cut that. That should make everything blue. Very good. And that is 1.2. Nope. Oh, I attached it to the wrong, attached it to the wrong line. Put this here, 2.5. There we go. All right. So I added these lines.
You froze for a minute, just so you know. So repeat what you just said.
What happened?
You got frozen.
I got frozen.
Just repeat what you just said.
Oh, okay. I basically drew that dimension between the wrong two lines. We've been having the occasional internet hiccup. If it becomes a problem, we'll take a short break and I'll take a look at the router. I hooked up basically it's like a cell modem provided by the ISP as like a backup internet. It's like a failover, but I don't think I set it up on MikroTik software properly because MikroTik software is like impossible to use. So if we end up having connectivity problems, we'll go on a brief pause. So I also added these here. I know that when you smooth out like a curve or an edge, sometimes it's tempting to always want to use fillets, but they're not always the right thing for the job. When it's not very deep, right? Like when it's a very small angle, sometimes you're better off just manually drawing them in. It can be very easy to waste a lot of time in Fusion wrestling with like fillets and chamfers instead of just drawing a line. Just drawing a curved line that does it by hand. Oh, what's going on here? Why is this all the way out here? That's weird. Why are you over there? What you doing there, line? What you doing there? What you doing there, line? Did that just delete all of my dimensions? What happened to my dimensions? I'm confused. Where'd all my dimensions go? I must have hit a key combo that hid them. Let's see, display settings, object visibility. Huh? That's weird. Why isn't it showing dimensions? I guess it's showing this dimension. What? Oh, Fusion, you so crazy. I don't know why it's not showing dimensions anymore. Let's hide this, show this, and edit this again. Yeah, it just hit all my dimensions. That's weird. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, sometimes you can waste a lot of time when in reality all you have to do is just drag. See, when you do a line and instead of clicking and clicking, you drag, the line will always be tangent to whatever line you're dragging it off from. Isn't that a spiffy little trick? And you know me, spiffiness is my middle name. Let's draw one more here, and then we will save. Because Fusion loves to crash. It looks like I have a super chat. Tim C, thanks a lot for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Just wanted to show some support. It gave me inspiration and confidence to just go for the projects I had in mind. Good. That's why I make this stuff. Because I want you folks to finish more projects. Awesome. I have got to do another like baloney motivational video. I haven't done one of those in a while. It's kind of the point of the channel in a way. I want you folks to finish more projects. And if there's something that you've been stuck on, definitely look for some support in our Discord, and we want to help you get out of the weeds. One other thing I want to do here is I just want to just want to verify the length. So these dotted lines here symbolize the wires. I just want to verify the length of them using I. I don't know why I is measure. I don't know. I just want to make sure that the length hasn't changed. Because yeah. All right, it looks like it's about the same. So yeah, if length changes too significantly, then we are going to have a problem. So all right, looks like what happened here? Why did our drawing get why did our features get corrupted? Oh, that's weird. Looks like when we were, looks like in the commotion, we disconnected a pair of lines. So this and this should be coinkydink. And there we go. That should resolve the problem. Okay, so moving back over here. So moving back over here, we just want to make sure that this cutout, this cutout here appears on the other side. So let's take a look in here. So this one right here, we don't want to cut this part out. And there should be, one of these shouldn't, yep, this one here, now it needs to include this. Okay, there we go. Cool, cool, cool. You're the coolest kid in school. So that should be all the changes we have to make here. Yeah. That should be all the changes that we got to make. Let's fast forward a bit. Oh, well, looks like our fillets failed. We had a failure to fillet when a problem comes along. Yeah, this is why this is the downside of filleting. Maybe 2 millimeters of work. Yeah, it likes to fail. Cricketal, thanks a lot for the I think the rupee P with 2 slashes through it. Could this make a 3D image if you add more than one display? It certainly could, although I wouldn't use a display this low resolution to make a 3D display, because if you think about it, like, you can only what makes the image, so what makes a 3D effect, is moving details away or together. Like, right, the closer they are, the further away they look, the further apart they are, the closer they look. So yeah, if the pixels are very big, that doesn't give you a lot of granularity over how you move objects in relation to each other. So I don't think this is the best one. Well, my hay fever is killing me. Oh, by the way, today's episode is sponsored by Thangs. Thanks a lot for the super chat. Yeah, Thangs.com is your place to download and share all of your files. So I'm sure yeah, if you do take our advice and you end up building a whole bunch of your own projects, first off, kick butt. But second off, you can use Thangs.com to share them. Things is super easy to upload files to, and you don't need to take a picture of your project. You don't need to, you don't need to do a complicated write-up. Right? It does this automatically. You just upload your file, you pick which orientation you want it to preview in, and your project is now on Things. You can even, but it does give you a lot of control. So if you want to, for instance, attach, let's say you want to attach an MIT license to it. Well, just hit the license button. If you want to attach a version to it, you can. You can call this one like version 2. And then, when you make a version 3, people don't get confused over which parts they have to reprint and which ones are the same. So yeah, use the link in the description to go to Thangs.com, and thanks a lot to Thangs for sponsoring this episode. So, yeah, I want to smooth this guy out, because I think, wasn't it supposed to? Oh, I guess I cut that. So yeah, I want to smooth this out, because sharp edges will dig into my head. Yeah, and we can actually use fillets because we're going to be splitting this in half and putting the parts individually. So a fillet will actually work here. Usually, what's going on here? Why can't I fillet? Oh yeah, all right. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes certain details won't fillet. Yeah, usually I can't use this because I've details flat against the plate, and fillet will cause an overhang. So it's nice when I'm splitting things in a different way, so I can make them rounded, because I prefer the aesthetic of a rounded thing to the aesthetic of a non-rounded thing. Okay, so let's select all these. I know nothing's happening. I just want to select all the stuff we want to round first, and then we can deselect geometry bit by bit until it starts rendering. Or until it can compute. I just realized that we should probably have something right here. So I'm going to fix this, and then we'll go back and edit that. So it looks like, so we're going to deselect tangent chain. When you select tangent chain, they changed it so that now it automatically extends your selection. And I don't like that. I would prefer that it doesn't do that automatically. Oh, that's interesting. Why isn't it doing that? Huh. Maybe we should reduce it. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Cool. All right, so save this. Let's roll it back. And actually, which is, yeah, here's the one. So we're also going to select these so we can, yep, add them in. Very nice. It should fail now, yep, because we need to add, let's see. Yeah, because now we need to add these to our selection. Sometimes, yep, there we go. Very nice. And you know what? Let's bring this all the way. Bring this all the way in here. You notice that I am not rounding the edges, and that's because I'm not rounding the edges. I shouldn't round the bottom now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, because we are going to, we're going to be adding in a headband. So we don't necessarily want those rounded just yet. Okay, cool. So we've flipped this around. So yeah, this stage is done. Oh wait a second. Oh ho. We went so far as to add in this geometry here, and we didn't even extrude it. So this is probably going to break everything, but that's okay. All right. So let's gotta scroll back a little bit here. Yeah. So we got this geometry here. Yeah, we want to extrude that. So I'm just going to go back step by step, make sure that these rounded bits here are... Oh, I forgot these ones. Oh my. 3D modeling when you're trying to hold a conversation is very hard. I feel terrible for all the pair programmers. Pair programmers, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you can write code day after day while being held to a deadline and forced by someone sitting next to you while holding conversations with someone sitting next to you. I don't know how you do it. What's going on here? Oh, it deselected our geometry. All right. So this thing here should also have that. All right. I think that's everything. It's looking a little bit lumpy. I'm not sure I like that, but yeah, we'll work with what we got. Cool. I'm actually going to fillet this. I might be saying chamfer when I mean fillet, but you know what I mean. 50. There we go. I just want to round this out, get rid of some of these sharp corners. Save this in case this breaks everything. What happened here? Where's this supposed to go? Where's this started? Where's this starting? What's this supposed to do? Oh, the object is here. Okay. Cool. So this is probably going to break everything. Yep. That's okay. We're just going to select the lines that are now. You know what? Let's add in the tangent chain and let's remove it, and then this should work without having too much more fuss. Cut these lines. There were a couple in corners. Oh, that was easier than I expected. Let's cut these here so that it looks a little more consistent. Very nice. Oh yeah. 1.5. Let's call this 1.6 because layer heights almost always seem to be even numbers. All right, and looks like we have no rounding on the bottom, which is where we actually want the rounding. So let's select all that the hard way. Yeah, this is the we can't forget about rounding the bottom because that's the part that matters. So why isn't this working now? Maybe it's maybe it won't work at 1 point. Oh, 1 point. I see it. See, we have a tiny piece right here. Yep, tiny line segment that we forgot to select. Sometimes the tiniest pieces can create the most trouble. That was like deep. Let's see. Looks like our geometry is all right. Let's see. Looks okay. Looks symmetrical, right? I think it looks symmetrical. You can't see anything because I'm flapping it around too much. Let's fly by it, nice and slow. Looks pretty good to me. All right. So to split it in half, I added in a pair of moves that should automatically position this for printing. Yep, looks good. All right. So next thing, so yeah, I think it's about time we do some printing. Now, we were having a lot of trouble printing before, but I realized what the problem is. I'm going to explain that to you as we clean the plate off, because I'm gonna explain that as we clean off the plate, because the plate's still covered in glue. Because the last thing I printed was PET. Yeah, we're gonna do our prototyping in PETG, or we're gonna do our prototyping in PLA, because it's easy to print and it's cheap, and I have a lot of it. So let's put this over here. We're gonna switch over to our overhead camera. Yeah, gonna switch on the 3D printer vision. I'm gonna remove these clips. I don't like this design. I don't like these. I don't like these clips because they keep going flying like that. Remove the clips to release the plate. We're going to bring it over and give it a thorough scrubbing. And I'll explain what was wrong with the printer. You're gonna love this. This is in the way. Check this out. Use the screen. Go to the control menu. Go to the dashboard. Hit home. There you go. Check that out. Don't have to mess around with, let's let this thing finish homing. Yeah, I don't have to mess around with the web interface or anything. Although that's actually what's being displayed there. It's literally the web interface on a touchscreen. It works very well though. I'm really impressed. I gotta say the Duet web interface or Duet web control is way more usable. It's way better than Octoprint. It's way cleaner, way easier to use. And if you're thinking about time lapses like I am, did you know the RepRap actually has a G code to take a picture? Like you can write a script that does whatever you want with that, and I think that's really sick. So it's actually, and because this is a Core XY printer, as long as we can figure out a way to attach a camera to the build plate, because it's the plate that moves, we are going to have an easy time. So yeah, just gonna wet the glue. We're gonna let it soak in for a sec. We're gonna wash it off. I know you can, in theory, print PLA on glue. I've just never had good luck with it. Yeah. I've just never had very good luck with it. So yeah, I think we have some PLA. Yeah, we have some PLA loaded. Okay, so why the printer wasn't working before? Oh, you're gonna love this. So I thought, okay, here's what happened. Basically, I was running some stuff off in PETG, and the first layer, right, the first few layers were looking beautiful. I'm not gonna thoroughly clean this off. I'll leave some glue on it. Waste not, want not. We'll see what happens. So the first few layers were going down great, but then the next layers were just looking like hot garbage. Right? Like, we're talking filament wasn't even coming close to sticking. It was curling back and plastering itself onto the nozzle. Layers were coming apart. Giant boogers were building up and getting like, ending up all over the place. Man, like, it was, the nozzle would stick in parts. Just all kinds of problems. And a lot of these, so I bet the printer's moving too fast. Right? Like, that's my first guess. I bet the printer's moving too fast because, let's just give this a chance to dry out. Actually, there's an awful lot of glue on this. Maybe I should clean a little bit more off. Yeah, printer's moving too fast, so I cut the speed down. Issues still happen, so I'm like, okay, maybe it's a leveling problem. So I try printing again with the nozzle set lower. Nope, same problem. Try again with the nozzle set higher. Same problem. So, but at this point, there's been a whole lot of, we've had a whole lot of misprints, there's a whole lot of boogers. So I pulled the sock off to clean under it to check maybe there's a leak between the nozzle and the heater block. So, pull that off, right? Give it a look. And there is a lot of crud building up under the sock, but none of it is coming between the nozzle and the heater block, so there's no leak. So I thought maybe somehow the sock is causing the problem, right? Because I don't really print with socks on the Prusa. Maybe that's the issue. So I take the sock off, I start printing, first few layers go down beautiful, goes on to the next layer, and I get a printing error. I get a heater error. It says that it's giving me an error that the temperature is dropping too fast. Temperature is dropping too aggressively. So we're starting to get somewhere here. This usually means either, so what this usually means is that the thermistor is broken, right? So I get my multimeter out, I check the thermistor. Thermistor is fine. So I realize that we have the part cooling fan on, right? On the second, so I have it set so in PETG it turns the fan on when it's printing overhangs. Because PETG doesn't do a good, or when it's printing bridges, PETG doesn't do a great job with bridging. So I turn on the cooling fan whenever I'm doing a bridge. So I let the nozzle heat back up, right? This sock is still off, and I just drag the slider for the, I start printing again. Slider for the part cooling fan shoots to 100% because it's printing a bridge. And the nozzle temperature collapses, and it says heater error. So basically, what this all means, it's all gluey. My hands are covered in glue. What this means is, I bought these upgraded, super high-powered part cooling fans, and they're too powerful. These part cooling fans are so powerful that at 100%, they were cooling the PETG so aggressively that it wasn't sticking. They were cooling the PETG before it could. They were cooling the PETG below its that critical temperature. I forget what it's called. Before it could even hit the next layer. That was the problem the whole time. That was what was causing us all that guff. I had to keep redoing those prints, and why some of the parts from this thing look like booty ass. Because part cooling fan was so gratuitously, ludicrously, ridiculously over-the-top powerful that it was cooling the filament before it could go down. So yeah, we have to edit the. So before we do our printing here, we have to edit the slicer stuff. So eloquent. We have to edit the slicer stuff so that doesn't happen anymore. We're going to preheat the bed to 60 so that it can drive off some of the water. So yeah, the part cooling fan was so powerful it was keeping the print from printing. It's crazy. These fans are so like. I go to Renee. Renee was the one who recommended them, right? The guy who helped develop the Toolchanger. So I sent him a Discord. I'm like, hey, buddy, hey, what settings do you use for this cooling fan? This is like this fan is very, very powerful. Like, it literally broke my prints. And he says, usually around 30 to 40%. So I'm like, oh, okay. Like, what do you? Oh, all right, then. What do you use for bridges? He says, oh, that was for bridges. Like, what? He says, oh yeah, I never drive it past 50 or 60%. I've never had to. And I'm like, why did you pick up a fan that powerful then? Anyways, we've got to edit this down. So, because the part cooling fans are bananas powerful. So yeah, let's make that happen. Let's switch back here. Alright. Let's switch back over here, and let's export this. So I've got these two moves here. This is this is something I recommend you integrate into your workflow. I add these two moves here to automatically position everything for printing. And if you're doing a multi-part print and you're going to want to reprint everything at once, add that in, right? Like position everything so it ends up on a plate. Oh, I sent to the slicer, I shouldn't have. Position everything so it ends up on a plate, and that way you don't have to keep exporting individual STL files every time you want to spin another design. So let's see, crappy HUD V15. So let's open up Super Slicer. And yeah, let's open up Super Slicer. Let's drag this in. Let's put this over here so folks can actually see it. Oh my. Yeah. So yeah. Let's go over to I think I set this up. Yeah, I've been slowly pulling this all together. Yeah, I've been slowly pulling this all together, but yeah, we're gonna have an issue. So there are no built-in profiles for the various materials. So let's add. So we want to import them. This is the point where I want to adjust my display density. Change the resolution of the display. Scale is, let's go to 200% so folks can actually see what's going on. Very nice. Come on. I've been working on my very last client project. The last client project of them all. I have one left that I haven't finished yet. So, been working on that whenever I can. This is it's like an art piece. Very neat. So yeah, where does Prusa store its files? I think it's in program. Nope. It's in users. Me. Here we go. App data roaming Prusa slicer, and then we want to go to Filament. I think yes. There we go. So we don't want to import these because that just creates a symbolic link. We want to copy them in to Super Slice. Where is it? Super Slicer. There we go. Soup Slice. We want to copy them in and then import them. Yeah, all of this project, like all of my projects, is going to end up on GitHub, or probably GitHub and Thangs. Because it's going to have code and 3D prints. No, none of my projects are ever. None of my projects will ever, at least for the time being, I have no plans to ever make any of my projects Patreon exclusive, because I want everyone to be able to make everything. That's what this channel is here for. It's here to make projects, and I can't put the business end behind a paywall. Like, that's the important part. So let's import configuration. No, file, import, config. Why does it have to close? Why does it have to close? That's why does it have to close? That's weird. Maybe it'll show up. Maybe it'll. Nope, it doesn't. Import test. Yeah, this is my. This is my tests. All right, so yeah, what do we save here? What is this? Let's see. If we import config, so brim, we add this later. First layer height, we change that later. All right, so there's nothing here. There's nothing here we care about. So let's go back to our Super Slicer directory, and there we go. I wish this was clearer. So, you know, I don't know why it doesn't draw a distinction between the various settings bundles, though, which is really, really weird. So, because this is a filament setting, not a print setting, but it doesn't seem to care. Ultimate printer 0.3mm layers, very nice. Okay, so check this out. This is where everything goes wrong. This is where everything goes wrong. We're doing PLA here, right? So we want our cooling fan. Let's say, here we go. Let's call it 20%, and on bridges, let's call it 50%. Even that might still be too much. Yeah. Basically, we're going to turn the fans way all the way down. Temperatures look good. Temperatures look fine. volumetric speed. We don't want to set that. We want the printer to set that because this thing has different printing characteristics as a Prusa. So we're going to do a 0.3 millimeter layer prints with 0.4 millimeter nozzle. Alright, we want 2 perimeters. Yeah. We want 2 perimeters. Let's see. Why is it being like this? Okay, Ultimate Printer. We're going to print this. Oh, these are materials. I don't like how it doesn't draw a distinction between materials and between material settings and printer settings and printer settings. Print settings and printer settings. Ugh. All right, infill, we want, let's call it 15%, although it doesn't matter. Build plate supports, definitely want a brim. And we're going to print this. We have to select the right extruder for this. We want this to be done on extruder number 2, because that has PLA currently loaded in it. Yeah. So this should work. This should be good. I haven't got the SD card working on this. It's behaving really. It's not showing up. It's not automatically mounting the SD card. And if anyone could figure out why it wouldn't do that, then and how to ameliorate it, please let me know. So yeah, let's slice this bad boy up. Let's hope it doesn't take too long. It's gonna take 2 hours. Why is it so? What's going on here? Why is it so? Why is it so slow? Why is that so slow? Maybe it's because we're doing both of them. Yeah, maybe it's because we're doing both. It's also points. Maybe we want to print this on the. Let me think here. Maybe we want to print this on the Prusa because the Prusa is fitted with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, or we could try testing out one of our other hot ends that's using. Maybe we should do that. You know, let's. Yeah. What do you say? What do you say? Let's do that. Here, let's see. Let's go back here. Let's open up. Let's go to our IP address for Squirt Cephany, and yeah, let's try this with the Volcano extruder. Let's see what happens. I've never printed with the I've never printed with the Volcano extruder before. So yeah, let's give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? Alright, so let's grab extruder number 3. Cool. If it wobbles too much, I'll take it. If it wobbles too much, then we'll mess around with it. To keep it from wobbling too much. Oh, it ran into something. Oh, what happened? Oh no! Oh, I know exactly what happened. The brush. It's the brush. I updated the brush. Yep, that's our problem right there. Oh boy. I modified the brush, and I didn't set the height, and this nozzle is this extruder is directly in front of it, so it whacked into the brush as it withdrew it. All right, looks like no harm, no foul. The brush is there because if you're doing a multi-material print, while an extruder is sitting there doing nothing, it's going to drool filament. So when you change tools, you drag the new tool over the brush to scrape off the boogers. So yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, so let's stash this back. Let's hope it actually stays put. All right, because I want to rehome this because whenever it collides, yeah. Oh, hey, we got a super chat. Michael, thanks a lot for the 5 Canadian pesos for the worst thing to happen. Oh, it could have been much worse. Don't worry. Pardon. Don't worry. All that happened here is that it's got a little paper clip. It's got a brush and a paper clip, and the paper clip kind of sweeps most of the booger off, and the brush deals with the rest of it. So luckily, all it did was bend the paper clip. So we're fine. If this were Super Volcano, we'd be in trouble. Like, we'd be in mega trouble. But yeah, we're fine. So we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Alrighty. So let's. Oh, geez. Never mind. I don't know why it doesn't enforce its XY axes. Here. There we go. Oh, we gotta home it again. I know everyone on YouTube is probably leaving because the story isn't advancing. There's it's a brand new printer. It's part of the process. This is fine. Everything's fine. I have tons of paper clips. I will H4 is wrong. I will totally financially recover from this broken paperclip. All right, now it's homing the coupler, and yeah, then we'll pick this up. Yeah, a lot of moving parts in this printer. Like, it has to be tested piecemeal like this. If we keep having problems, we'll just switch back to the Prusa. All right, so let's pick this up. All right. It also doesn't help that this is backwards. You know what'll help here? I'm gonna go black for a second. Here's what's going wrong here. It's upside down. There we go. Yeah, that is. There we go. Yeah, that makes. There we go. That makes more sense. Okay, so let's move the X over. We want to center this. Wait, that's too far. What the hell? I hit home instead of. I hit home axis instead of minus. All right. Well, poop. Oh, it's stuck. It's stuck. This is not a very easy printer to use. Let's see. X. Yeah, there we go. Oh boy. Okay. Once more with feeling. I wish I could set this to have me confirm it before I hit home. In the meantime, let's grab some filament to do our test with. What color should we use? What filament? A lot of options. Here we go. We have some Prusa Galaxy Black. Let's do some Prusa. Let's do some Prusa Galaxy Black. Because I have a lot of black filaments, I'm gonna need a lot more, and last thing I need is some black. It's black PLA. All right, let's try this again. Pick up the. Oh crap. Oh, it homed it wrong. Okay, we need to drop the bed. We'd home it again. Okay, so what happened was I made the mistake. It still thought it had the tool. It still thought it had the tool attached. I had to detach the tool so I could home it, but when I homed it homed it assuming the tool was still connected. So I have to now home it again, right? Or is that even going to work? Yeah, I have to home it again. I have to drop off the tool, or we've dropped off the tool. Now I home it again. It's now using the proper coordinates. And now I should be able to pick it up. And it shouldn't collide with anything. There should be nothing else in the way. All right, awesome. So let's pull it back a bit. Let's shift it over a bit. Let's drop the bed a lot. And yeah, let's preheat this to load some filament. This has a volcano nozzle fitted, so it should heat up very quickly. Yeah. This should heat up very fast. Very, very fast. Hey, we got a super chat. John, thanks a lot for the Great British Pounds. What is the going rate for a paperclip nowadays? About $3.50. Come on, you knew I had to say that. Yeah. Baum Invention says no crackle and snap sounds. What's wrong? I haven't loaded the filament yet. That's why you're not hearing any. That's why you're not hearing any silly sounds. Because I haven't loaded the filament. But don't you worry. Aerorator asks, "Is this coffee or tea?" This is Darjeeling Supreme Tea from McNulty's in the West Village. When we right before we left to move to Colorado, I bought pounds of tea, which is a humongous amount of tea. tea is one of those things that looks expensive till you think about it. But I bought pounds of tea, and it's god tier. This is delicious tea. First harvest Darjeeling tips. Tea is like what's the way of saying it? It's like a cocktail, right? In that it's easy to think, like who cares? It's just tea, until you've had really good tea. Then, once you've had some really good tea, you'll be spoiled. Okay, so with tea, all right. So I think this Darjeeling Supreme, I want to say it was like maybe like $50-$60 a pound, right? I think it's something like that. But like you use a tablespoon of tea to brew an entire teapot. So like a pound of tea is years. It's years worth of tea. Like even the fanciest teas come down to like a few dozen cents a cup. Bad with Computer asks, have I tried milk oolong? I'm not really an oolong fan. I prefer to, I don't know. I prefer to go one way or the other. I prefer gunpowder to oolong. So oolong is a fermented semi-aged green tea, and it's there are many others. Oolong is just the most popular Chinese fermented tea in the West. I think it's all right. I just prefer like a gunpowder if I'm feeling aggressive, or a pu'er. I love like a pu'er brick if I'm feeling like a funky tea. Tea is delicious. Very very inexpensive hobby to get into. Josh Bean, thanks a lot for the very generous super chat. Found your channel recently. Love your content, your attitude towards projects. Just bought parts. Very excited for new projects. Thanks. Thank you. Astro Penguin points out that tea oxidizes, and if you store pounds, it can degrade the flavors. I have it all in vacuum jars. It's not a pound of that one flavor, right? It's like I think we got in total like a pound. I think we got like about a half pound of 6 different teas. I think pu'er. I don't actually know how to pronounce it. If you've ever seen, that's that tea that if you whatchamacallit, it comes in these like bricks. It's like solid blocks of tea wrapped in paper, and it has this intense, it's like fermented, it's like this funky, almost fishy, intense flavor. I like it from time to time. One more, let's see, we're up to temperature, so let's load this up. We talk a little about tea. William Locke says, view PID tune the extruder, 7-degree overshoot seems high. I did tune it, but I tuned it when the fan was on, and I tuned it when the part cooling fan was on, and it doesn't turn the part cooling fan on when it's preheating, only when it's printing. Okay, looks like we have encountered the infamous problem with the Toolchanger design, and that is that the bed is blocking the filament holder. This is apparently a real problem with this design, and I was strongly recommended to modify or to replace the filament holders. So I'm just going to drop the bed a lot. So I'm going to ask about Lapsang Souchong. I don't know how to pronounce these because I only read about them. That is a smoked tea, and I think it's good. I can't help but thinking as I drink it, I could be having scotch right now. I don't know. I just prefer, like, you'd think I'd like it because I like Isla Scotch, which is extremely smoky, but I don't know. It's just not the same in a tea. I think it's interesting. I definitely like it as a change of pace once in a while. Not enough that I would want to stock up on it, but I don't know. Like if I were at a coffee shop or something, oh no, the filament broke while I was shoving it through this ridiculously long filament feeding thing. What a waste. Oh, look at how much filament gets wasted. Look at that. Look how much filament gets wasted if it breaks while you're feeding it. This is going to be less of an issue if I put this in the 3D printer closet because we have the overhead storage, and I just drill some holes in the enclosure and just, shove it right in. But we'll be extra careful here. It's been a long time since I used a printer that had these filament guides. So, yeah. Luckily, the drive motors on the Hamera are ridiculously powerful, so it's going to have no trouble pulling the filament all the way through here. Alright, it's a good thing I've got this control panel, because it's going to make this really easy. So let's see, I should be able to just scroll down here and extrude, and yep, it is catching good. I didn't want to have to reverse the motor. Come on, get out of there. Come on. Oh, there it is. There it is. We're squirting. Oh, we are squirting. This is happening. This is happening, people. All right, good. This is using a nozzle X. This is using this one here is fitted with a 0.6 millimeter E3D nozzle X. So this should come out in as high quality as we can do. So let's go back to our slicer, our super slicer, and we'll switch this over using extruder 4, and this should automatically compensate for the layer counts and whatnot, and it should take less time. There we go. We're down to 1 hour and 30 minutes. But we can actually go faster because now we are printing. See, I set this one up. I set this extruder up with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. So, yeah. That also means though that like all of my my extrusion multipliers, I'll have to be in percents. I can't say like extrude a 0.45 millimeter line because the same G code might have to be sliced with multiple different nozzles. And Super Slicer accommodates that too. That's really sick. Like, Super Slicer can slice a project with multiple extruders with multiple nozzle diameters. It's pretty cool. Not gonna lie, NGL. Okay, so we want to, let's see, so in slicing we want to change the layer height from 0.3. What can we do here? We can probably go up to 0.4. I think 0.4 millimeters is fine. Right, we want the first layer height to be I don't know, 0.2 millimeters. I think that should be fine. Alright, so this should make life a lot faster. Extruder number 4, let's make sure Alright, we're down to 1 hour and 20 minutes, which is much more reasonable. Yeah, let's see. First time printing on this, so I'm sure something's going to go wrong. First time printing on this particular extruder, things are going to go wrong, but let's find out. So we're going to hit upload and start. We're going to return back to our downloads folder. We're going to grab the G code that we just sliced, and away we go. See what goes wrong. Oh, right. I thought I was going to try to home with the tool still attached, but I added a tool return command at the beginning of the G code. Ah, love it. Love it. Yes. I do like coffee. A lot of folks are asking in the comments if I like coffee. I do like coffee. The reason why I don't drink coffee on stream, though, why I do and then regret it, is because it really upsets my stomach. And that's not something you want during a stream. So I've been switching to the tea for streams. Oh. Valdark says, get your 3D printer malfunction bingo cards ready. I should make some of those, because it happens so much. Mesh bed leveling, check that out, I got that set up. Now we automatically level the bed, Prusa style, before each print. Yeah, I need to make a bingo card for people to do during streams, because everything goes wrong. There is a self-destruct button, Samuel Ramen. There isn't, there is. They label it emergency stop, but it works about as well as a self-destruct button. Yeah. Let's enjoy let's stay hydrated while we wait for this thing to go. So we're just going to keep an eye on this and make sure it lays down at least the skirt properly. Wait a second. Wait a second, it's picking up the wrong extruder. It picked up the wrong extruder. Oh, crap. It picked up the wrong extruder. What? How'd that happen? Oh, poopy. Yeah. Yeah. It's not gonna help. Right, yeah, it's not gonna it's not gonna let us cancel until it's come up to temperature, because that's how G code works. That's how the G code do. Yeah. So okay, so this is gonna come up to temperature. It's gonna drop it. In the meantime, let's figure out what went wrong here. Why did it? So let's see here. So we selected extruder 4. So let's go to printer settings and take a look here. This is labeled correctly, right? It's labeled T3. And extruder 1, which is the one it picked up, is labeled T0. Yeah. Alright, so it's paused. Now let's cancel the print. And I fixed the cancel script. It doesn't crash anymore. Yep, check that out. No more crashing. I have to fix all these. I have to fix all these comments. Some of these shouldn't happen. But let's go back and figure out what went wrong here. So, I have learned so. Let me tell you, I have learned so much about like low-level printer use through this stupid project. So like, now we're just gonna. Oh no, that's not what I want at all. Oh come on, that's not what I want. Let's open. Oh, I missed. Let's open this in Sublime Text, and let's take a look at the G code. Okay, so it's dropping this. Alright, so these are the scripts. It says grab first tool, and it's grabbing T0. Why is it grabbing T0? It should be grabbing T3. So let's figure that out. In Super Slicer, let's check out extruder number 4. What's going on here? The tool name is T3. Like, shouldn't it be T3? G-code preview, extruder 4. It always says extruder 1, and I don't know why. Yeah, that's really weird. Prusa PLA with cost. Yeah, that's really weird. Huh. So let's see. Custom G-code maybe? Start, end. We got layer change. Yeah, so grab first tool. So this should be replaced. Current underscore extruder should be replaced with something's off here. Let's find out how these constants work. So let's see. Let's open up Edge. Bit of an esoteric video game reference there. Let's open up a new tab and let's check out Super Slicer. How do they call it? Current underscore extruder. Let's see. Maybe we should just search the problem. Super Slicer picks up wrong extruder. Single nozzle multi-material. Yeah, this is where we're gonna have problems because not enough people have multi-extruder printers to put a lot of good results to put enough good results into Google. So let's see what happened. So what happened here? So we formed the fresh mesh leveling, and we're going to grab our first tool. Have we changed this at all? I don't think so. So here's the default one. Yeah, alright, so the default G-code doesn't have anything about our tool. So I think I added this, and I wasn't supposed to. So, yeah, I think I added this, and we weren't supposed to add that. So, yeah, let's comment that line out. No, comment that line out and change the printer, save the printer settings. Alright, we have extruder 4, so let's, let's export this, and let's see if See if it grabs the wrong extruder again. I don't know why it grabs 0. Maybe it's because that variable hadn't been set yet, because it was still in the start. I don't know why it worked before, though. That's very weird, because I haven't changed those settings since I finished running off my last successful print. But, hey, whatever. Whatever. So this is preheated to 230, which is a mistake. Alright, so, yeah, it's going to home, it's going to mesh again. Yes. Okay, cool. Kurt Mayer says, yay, debugging G-code. That's right. We are constantly pushing the boundaries of what can go wrong here on Voidstar Lab. So, yeah. So once this is underway, we'll get back to CAD and we'll get back to modeling the headband part. And we're going to do, and I think the way we're going to do that is by taking a picture of headphones and calibrating them and just tracing them, because it'll be easier than trying to make guesses about the shape of my head. I know I have a big head.
Super chat.
Let's see. Oh, did I miss a super chat? Oryx, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Hey, I just wanted to say I joined your Discord yesterday looking for help, and not only did we end up singing Country Roads together, but I got my project working and had a blast. Aww. It's friggin' heartwarming. So what's it doing here? What's going on? Yeah, this is what happened before. So it didn't pick up a tool and it started extruding. So something else has gone wrong here along the way. That's why that must be why I added that line in there. So something's wrong here. It's not picking up the tool, and it's not picking up the tool. And I tried to fix this by manually picking up a tool, but that's causing a problem. So, yeah, let's cool our extruders. Let's cool our jets before we have any problems here. Before it burns off any filament. That's really weird. So let's figure out what happened here. Why didn't it select the right tool? Because this wasn't here before. Let's see what else we have. So this is the sort of the default configuration that Renee sent me. So the NG code before layer change and after it brushes it off. We don't want that. So tool change. Did we clear tool change G code? Is that what went wrong here? Maybe no, it's still there. I don't know. Yeah, that's really weird. So it should perform a tool change, but it's not. It's not doing the first tool change, and that's really weird. Maybe there's a setting I actually put where like it assumes it already has a tool pre-installed. Which is really weird. I don't know. It doesn't. It's. That's really weird. Let's look this up. Yeah. Let's see. Super slicer not picking up first. Not changing first tool. So what's going on here? Custom. Do not change layer at first tool change. That's not what I'm looking for. First steps allow milling post process. That's not what we want. I guess we're on our own. That's really that really sucks. Yeah. Is there something here to tell us what to print in? That's very strange. Multiple extruders. The extruder to use in printing perimeters. Oh, do we need to set this manually? I thought this should be set when we select extruder 4, right? Maybe that's a problem right here. But how would that? Yeah. So this was set to 1, which extruder to use, and now it's set to 4. But I don't know why it didn't pick up. That would explain why it picked up extruder. That would explain why I picked up the wrong extruder before. That doesn't explain why it's not picking up an extruder now. Let's go back here and uncomment this line. I think we might have overcorrected here. So let's manually grab our first tool. Maybe Renee had a mistake, or they made a. Maybe Renee made a mistake with this, or things were changed somewhere, like with the firmware or something, or Super Slicer changed. All right, let's give this a shot. So what I've changed is I've manually told it in print settings which extruder to use, and now we're going to pick that up. So let's so let's slice it up. Let's export our G code. Let's save it, and let's this time verify it. I'm going to go back in here. So let's see. Let's verify it. So we start out, we drop our tool. Now we're grabbing first tool, which is T3. Before it was T0, now it's T3. Okay, so that was the problem. The problem is that we manually designated which extruder to use, and that screwed us. That screwed us over. Cool. Okay, let's upload this and run it. We've resolved all the problems we were having before. So here we go. Crappy HUD. Upload it. You can see I'm very confident in this thing's ability to work. All right. Cool. Looks like we got a super. Do we have a super chat? Yes. Desai engineer. I don't actually know how. I know I should know how to pronounce that. It means it's like Indian diaspora. Desi engineer. Thanks so much for the Canadian pesos. Love your content and ideas. Is it possible to make a webcam pan left and right detecting a face so you're always in frame? Just saying. Some of them actually do it. Yeah, it is. Some of them actually do it automatically. Do I move around that much? Is this Brooke? Let me know. Is this really an issue? Like, am I moving my head too much that I'm going out of frame? Because I don't think I'm going that far. But I appreciate the super chat. I appreciate the support. Thanks a lot. I think it's possible. I don't know how to do it though. So yeah, but thank you very much. Ivan Sibelian Sanchez says you ask for tool number, but you give it T3. Well, that works. Hang on a second. All right, that works. It's correct. You're scaring me here. Yeah, this is correct. This is the right command. T3 means grab tool 3. All right, come on. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Oh my God, it's happening. It's happening. All right, so I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use the screen here to baby step it. Yeah, because it's a little far. Where's our baby step? Extrusion factors, fans. Oh, baby step. Yep, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna squash this down just a little bit. Give it a little bit of a squish. This is looking gorgeous. This is shaping up to be a top-notch first layer. We're gonna back this off a little bit. Cool. I'm gonna leave the gotta keep everything open. The enclosure can't be closed at all, or filament will back up here. This is a volcano nozzle, has a much longer filament path than a volcano hot end has a longer filament path than the regular E3D style. So yeah, if heat starts creeping its way back up, we're gonna have major problems. Yeah. So yeah. Anyways, yes, this is the E3D Toolchanger. I hope this doesn't keep. If this is too annoying, it keeps shaking around. We'll figure something out. But yeah, I think this is good. Oh my gosh! So I'm not sure if any of you have had this feel. It's one of the best feelings when you're trying really when you're just busting your butt to try. Wait, oh, it's working. Good. Cool. All right. So yeah, not sure if any of you have ever had that feeling when you're busting your butt trying to fix a problem, and you find a problem here and you fix it, it doesn't help. You find a problem there and fix it, and it doesn't help. and you're just, you just fix problem after problem. You fix problem after problem, but the issue is still there, and you're ripping your hair out. And then finally, you figure out what was going wrong, and you fix that. And now your thing is working better than before, because you fixed a bunch of other problems preemptively. So that's the experience I've been having with this. We've gone through so much baloney with some of the, trying to fix stuff like picking up the right extruder and crashing, that by the time I actually got it to print, I dialed everything else in. So the print quality of this should be quite good. I'm just going to verify that everything's sticking. It looks like we're having a bit of sticking problems. I don't have a lot of experience printing directly on glass, so we might have some issues. But it looks like the layer height is. Looks like we're still a little low. So let me back this off a little bit. So that's the experience I've been having with this. Is I have preemptively fixed so many problems. Oh man. Let's see. Oh hey, Desi Engineer, thanks a lot for more Canadian pesos. You nailed the pronunciation and the origins. Love you a lot more. Nothing wrong with the frame. I just meant you in general. I do move around a lot. It would be nice to. I feel like the easy part is getting it to track the face. The hard part would be getting motors smooth enough that it doesn't vibrate as it goes. I feel like that would be the tough part. So let's make a headband. Cool. So we're gonna turn this around like so, so you can see my shane upon him. Oh, the light's blinding it. Oh my. Now I seem to have loosened up the monitor. Alright, so let's switch to our overhead camera. So, I've got a pair of headphones right here. And, let's get this out of here. We've got a pair of headphones right here. And, I'm thinking we take a picture of this. And, we'll take a picture of this, and we will import it into Fusion 360 and use that as our basis for a headband. So things are going to get a little rough for a sec, because I think I'm actually going to use the stream camera. We're just going to use the overhead camera to get our shot of this. Make sure it's looking roughly straight down. All right. So let's see. So it looks like this has a little bit of a squish factor to it. So hopefully it doesn't throw our measurements off too much. Alright, so we got to prop the end up here. Let's use a teensy. Yeah, so we're going to prop the side up so it doesn't tilt away from the camera. Very nice. Let's turn this around. Alright, so let's make sure this is in frame. And then we need something to measure. We need something to calibrate it against. And what could be better than a tape measure? It's not sitting still. What could be better than a ruler? Beautiful. So let's get a ruler in there. Let's make sure the numbers are visible. All right. There we go. So, all right, I'm going to head back over here. I knocked my mic over. Yep, we're going to head back over here. We're going to point this thing at my face once more. I think I hear a dog losing its mind back there. I might be wrong. So I'm going to drag this over. You can't see this. I'm going to drag the stream over here so I can take the biggest possible screenshot. How do I full screen this? Actually, let's keep this over here. So I have to figure out how to do this. Full screen projector preview on the main monitor. All right, that'll work. And let's open up Snip. Let's open up Snip and Sketch. What just happened? That's really weird. Let's open up Snip and Sketch so we can grab ourselves a screenshot, because I did not add a print screen key. So let's switch back to our overhead view. Full screen projector. Let's grab the entire window. Did it work? Did it work? Oh, hey, it worked. All right. Switch ourselves back over here. I don't know why it's getting all weird and smeary in the back. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? That was really weird. I think my computer might be cursed. Look at that face I'm making. Look at that face I'm making. Oh no, that's going to end up in emote, isn't it? We'll do it later. Okay, so we got to save this. Let's save it in downloads, and we'll call it headphones. And let's switch back over to Fusion. I'm going to bring our display density back to normal, because that's how Fusion likes to do. Yeah, give me my anti-aliasing. There we go. Okay, we're gonna back up. Let's put these back where they're supposed to go. All right, let's make some headphones. So yeah, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to solids. We're gonna I don't know why it's in the solids menu. I don't think it should. Oh, to-do list. That's right. Thank you, my wife of my life. It is time to update the to-do list. Improving the eyepiece is done, and now we're making the headband. There we go. Okay, so let's add in the picture that we just saw. We're going to throw it right here. Oh, that is rather small. Let's rotate it and scale it up. We don't have to scale it up very far because we're going to be calibrating it. So yeah, oh, it looks like I got the other screen too. That's weird. All right, so we're going to zoom in on here and check this out. We're going to go to Canvases, right-click, Calibrate, and we're going to click here on the 1 centimeter mark. We're going to click here on the 2 centimeter mark, and we're going to tell it that this is 10 millimeters. Also known, people in the United States, this is, you might not know this, but that's called a centimeter. There we go. Now it is correct actual size. Noish, noish, noish. So now it's the correct size. We're going to move this into place. So this is me where, like, this. So let's see. This is when we're looking right at me. It's going to be over my left eye. So yeah, we want this to be over my left eye. So let's move this around. Come on, edit the friggin' canvas. Come on, move it around. What the hell? Move it around. Move the friggin' canvas. There we go. All right. So we're gonna move this around and put this. Question is, how do we want to orient this? Where's our draggy thing? Yeah, this is gonna take some trial and error because we don't know where it's gonna fall on my eye. And it's going to be really too hard to make this adjustable, so I'm not going to. Let's see. So if I put the headphones on, so this part here, let's see. Grab a ruler. Let's see. The top of the earpiece is about. Top of the earpiece is about on the level of my eyebrow. It looks like, yeah, give or take. And let's see, I want the heads-up display to be, let's see, if this lines up with my eyebrow, then it's a little too low. So let's see, we want this to be a bit higher, about here. I think that's a good place to start. And let's see, my left eye, I'm just going to put a ruler here, and I'm going to roll it up to the top of my head. This is a terrible way to do this, but I just need a ballpark. This is about where we want it. About where we want it to fall. So it looks like we're about the right position right now. We're going to be doing some trial and error to dial this in, so we don't need to we don't need to nail this. Let's get these headphones out of here. We're done with them. So yeah. There is going to be, we're going to lower this a tiny bit. Nah. Yeah, I don't want to tinker with this too much. I think that should be fine. All right. Yeah, this is going to involve a lot of trial and error, so we don't need to bust our butt. We don't need to bust our butts trying to trying to nail our dimensions in the first try. What we do want to do, though, is we want to trace this into a drawing, into a sketch. So let's make a sketch. Again, we're going to be doing this starting on the back and extruding forward. And let's give this the old tracerino, the old traceroni. We're going to make a spline, and I'm just going to try to use a fit point spline because it's easier. Basically, we're just going to click to trace this, and the more times we click, the better fit the spline is going to be. Now you'll notice that the spline is by default fixed, because splines are a real pain in the ass to edit down the line. So that's why I wanted to make sure that our... there we go. That's why I wanted to make sure that our eyepiece is... our spline should be fixed, because you can't really apply dimensions to it. It's a non-Bezier spline like the one we got here. You can't easily parameterize it, so it's better just to fix it. Why isn't it letting me fix? Why isn't it letting me fix? Why are we no longer editing the sketch? There we go. So yeah, let's fix this. All right, so that's it. We no longer need our canvas. There we go. We've now traced a real life object into Fusion 360. Very nice. My mouse is suddenly a little too sensitive, and that's weird. Let me go and take a quick look at our printer, make sure nothing's going wrong. No, it looks like we're in pretty good shape. First layer is having some trouble. Looks like our support material, some of it's become detached, but that's all right. This is just a prototype, and we can always mess around with it later. Okay, so we've got this. So how are we gonna set this thing up? So we've got our control, we've got our driver right here, and yeah, I wish it was a little. Let's see. So our headband is gonna go like so, and this is gonna go in front of our eye. I guess we'll see how this turns out. Yeah. So our wires are gonna come out of here. So we've got somewhere along this, we have to position the feather and the battery, and the battery and feather are about the same size. So yeah, so I'm thinking we'll make a recess like shaped like this, right? Like put the battery at a bit of an angle. Alternately, we could just put this on the side and stick this here at a right angle, like T shape. Although that could be a little weird. This thing is going to go on the side of my face. Yeah, I don't like how high off the top this is. It's going to make this very top heavy. Yeah, I don't like how this is getting positioned. I'd rather kind of like try to just like, yeah, the way this is ending up, it's up high like this. You know what? I'm gonna do our executive override here. Let's unfix all this. Let's select this. Let's just drag this up. Let's go to 8. How's that? 8, 7. I want to make sure we have room for the wires. All right, let's see how far down my face this goes. We might be able to. Let's see. We might be able to, change the way this is oriented down the line. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So our headband here. How do we want to do this? I want to make it just. Are we gonna have to run any wires through it? I think we're gonna have to run some wires through it. So the wires are going to be. Here we go. I've got a scrap of wire right here. Yeah, the wires are going to be I think 18 or 20 gauge, which is, so we're going to want about 2 millimeters of clearance. So I think keeping our existing design should be alright. I want to make the walls a bit thicker because it's going to have to stretch more aggressively. So let's do this. So this is going to be our inner wall. So to make our next wall, we're going to offset this by 1.6. Then leave a channel for our wires. So it's 1.6 plus 2 millimeters for the wire. And then we'll have our outer shell as 1.6 plus 2 millimeters for the wire plus 1.6 for the outer shell. And yeah, so this is going to be in total 5 millimeters wide? Yeah, give or take. So is that going to be too thick? Let's see, 5 millimeters. I'm just going to compare that with our headphones. It's about what the headphones are already. So this is, so sanity check, this is reasonable. Okay, so yeah, let's grab, so let's cap this off with a nice curved line. Let's check this out. Again, dragging, when you drag a line off a line, it makes it tangent. So we're going to do that, and then I'll add tangent constraints to the other side. I'm not sure. Oh, hey, you can make something tangent to a spline. I did not know you could do that. And let's repeat that on the other side. You notice I'm not mirroring this? I found that making geometry parametrically, or making geometry constrained against splines is a great way to make Fusion go completely insane. So I try to avoid doing that. So let's see, we want to project this geometry up here because we're going to be, let's see, yeah, we're gonna project this geometry here because our design here is going to be based off it, right? We need to fit it. So yeah, so let's project all of that. This part here, this slot here, as represented by this line segment, is where the wires are going to come out of. So we want, let's see, so we want this to go in smoothly to here. This is going to make this harder to print, but we'll slice it up later. Let's see, we'll figure out how we're going to divide this up into pieces to, I think it's, I've gone back and forth on this a lot. I think it's easier to make your drawing, to make your whole model, and then slice it up and figure out how you're going to attach it together. It can save a lot of time over trying to work fixtures in, or work fittings in, work hardware and fasteners in, if you're not totally sure how you're going to set them. So, alright. So we've got a little headband action here. It's going to be slightly deeper than the driver board. I think it's going to be big, but I think it'll work. Yeah. Alrighty. So let's yeah. So let's see what let's see how this looks when we project it out. So or when we extrude it. I keep forgetting they call it extrude. I keep calling it project because that's what they called it in SolidWorks. In SolidWorks, what they call in Fusion. So yeah. Oh, I need to add a little more geometry here. In Fusion, what they call extrude in, let's fix this again. In SolidWorks, they called project. I think I might be misremembering this. What do I know? So here's a question: do we want to make this smooth, or do we want to make this like as elegant as possible? Let's make it smooth. And this will go straight down. I think it would be a little weird to have like a box sticking out, like cantilevered on my head. Yeah. So yeah, let's do the old extruderino. I should probably do it on this side of the screen so my ugly mug won't block it. So we don't need to extrude that because it's already there. So let's extrude this to our wire slot, and we're going to join. Oh, we don't want that, do we? we don't want to. Let's see. This, yeah. Let's see. Profiles. Yeah, we don't want to extrude this because it'll get in the way. Yeah, because it'll get in the way of the inside. Alright, cool. Alright, so we've got a bit of a headband. I'm going to save this because we've done work and Fusion is like, oh, he did some work. It's crashing time. So let's run another extrude, and this one is going to be we're going to leave the wire slot open, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's our wire slot. We're going to leave that open. So there's room for the wires to pass through here. We're going to have to remember. We're going to have to remember as we. One sec. We'll finish this. We're going to have to remember when we slice this up to make sure that we slice it up we divide this into pieces in the right way that we can actually fit everything in there. We have to remember what's already going to be attached to what. Deathbed Drunkard asks, would you ever think of doing a Fusion tutorial? I don't know how to make tutorials enjoyable for people who aren't interested in the subject. I need to make all of my videos fun, even for people who aren't interested in the topic. So, and I don't really know how to make tutorials both informative and fun to watch, even if you don't care about the topic in the slightest and have no plans on ever actually doing it. So it seems like we have a bit of a problem here. I think we rounded these corners prematurely. So let's see. We extruded that. We want to join. Let's go back and cut this crap out. Let's see. That's not going to let us, is it? Alright, so let's keep removing stuff until it lets us go ahead. I wonder if it'll let us drag this past. No, it doesn't look like it. Although, maybe this depends on this. Yep. Cool. Alright, so that broke everything, but that's fine. We'll fix it later. Yeah, we'll fix it later. Basically, like, I want to round this off after we have the entire thing. I want to round the whole shebang together. So now we're going to extrude again, and let me think. Is there any change? I don't think so. I think, yeah. So I think the profile we want is this face. Oh, yeah, we can't do that. Okay, so we're gonna... I was thinking of just extruding this whole face, but then it'll fill in the slot inside here. So we have to be more selective. So let's see. Profiles are... Yeah, we're just gonna pick all these geometries, and we're gonna start from here and continue to here. Join it on up. I don't like that line there. That line's cheesing me out. It's not letting me delete. Not letting me delete that. That's weird. I don't know why we're getting lines here. This should be coplanar. Let's try something different. So instead of selecting this vertex as an object, let's select... Oh, that's weird. Let's get rid of these. Let's deselect these. Oh, it froze. What's going on here? Did we crash? We crashed. Yep, we crashed. This is why we have to save all the time. Yep. Alright, Fusion crashed. Let's take another look at our print. It looks like it's staying connected to the plate. Looks like it's staying attached. Yeah. Cool. All right. So it looks like the client project got recovered, but our heads-up display did not. Let's hope we didn't get set back too far. Alright, it's not too bad. Let's just drag these. Let's drag these over. All right. So, yeah. Okay. So it looks like we lost three of our operations here. So let's recreate them. Yeah. No point getting frustrated. Getting frustrated has no bearing on the performance of the software. Or the performance of the Space Mouse, apparently. So we're going to start from an object, this one in fact, and we're going to extend this to right here to the edge of the wire slot. This is going to be a join, but it shouldn't... Let me see here. Why is it trying to cut? What could it possibly be cutting? Let's join, and let's make sure no monkey business is going on here. This is a little sus. This is a little bit sus. I'm gonna cut a cross section through here. Oh, there it is. That's the problem right there. This shouldn't be here. Although I don't think it matters, actually. Let me see. Yeah, this part doesn't matter, because we're not trying to run any wires through here. So, yeah. Yeah, because like all the wires are going to go this way. Yeah. We'll hollow this. We'll hollow this out. All right, let's get our section analysis out of here. Our section plane. I don't like section analysis. It's a section plane. I said sus. Gen Z goes wild. I don't think any Gen Z is actually watching my videos. I think my audience is on the older side. Is on the dust farting side. So let's start on here. Let's save. You know what? Let's save first, because this is where things crashed. All right. We want all of this to get filled in. All this crap. All of this crap. We're going to put it all right here. So we're going to start from here and continue to here. All right. What is going wrong here? Graphics diagnostic. I guess that's the thing Fusion 360 is doing now. Critiquing our graphics card. Right. I don't think we need this sketch anymore. Let's open up our section plane. Yep. Make sure this goes all the way down. So we'll punch. So like we'll edit this in a sec. Let me think here. Then again, now that I think about it, like with all our there are a lot of Gen Z people. Gen Z is the one who watches streams. I think streaming is streaming is not an old fogey thing. I think old fogies are usually like, why would anyone watch something? Like, who wants to watch someone make things? If I want social interaction, I'll just talk to my friends because having friends is the mark. Because having friends in real life is a mark of a socially well-adjusted person, and I care about that because I'm old. So yeah, they're not really watching too many streams. So yeah, I stand corrected. Welcome, folks of all age groups. All right. So next part to do here is to figure out what we're going to do with our feather. Hey. All right. Someone called me out for being ageist. All right. It's one thing to say like I don't want any. Like, it's one thing to say like, for my startup, I don't want anyone older than 28 working for me. Right? That's 100% ageist. But I think if you're making fun of people who are older than you, you're punching up because they had far more time to prepare and amass wealth and pay off their mortgage and basically they're in a better position. So you should be able to do some ribbing to people older than you. It should always be punching up. Yeah. Of course, corresponds to a pressure that you need to advance your life station as you get older, because people are going to be making fun of you. Yeah, it's those incentives that encourage progress and personal development that I love so much. So let's figure out where the hell we're going to put this feather, because like we could just make this a little box or something. Even stack this up and just like put it on here. But is it going to be too obnoxious? Maybe too. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I like the punching up versus punching down distinction, because it applies well to humor. It does a good job of explaining why it feels kind of gross making fun of people who are in like a bad position, but while everyone loves making fun of people who are on the top, who are like, on top of the heap, like it's why making fun of the janitor, it's kind of gross, but making fun of the CEO, everyone's going to make fun of the CEO, and I think it does a good job of explaining that. Kind of provides some of the parameters that you can use as a rebuttal to, you can't be funny anymore because everyone's too easily offended. No, you just are a bad comedian. And I think that framework helps a lot. So yeah, I think we're going to place this here, right? Like on the temple. And then we can edit the... then we can kind of shift this sideways to make this work. Yeah. Yes. Reagan says, I complain up, private. I don't complain down, Saving Private Ryan. Is that a quote? I haven't seen Saving Private Ryan in a very, very long time. So let's throw this thing over here. Okay, so this is where it's going to live. We're going to delete these because we're going to recreate them later. And yeah, let's measure our feasure. It made a different sound. I'm worried. Okay, looks like it just slowed down to do some outer layers. This is freaking me out here. This is freaking me out. This friggin' printer. So let's see. If I put the battery on top, it's going to get in the way of the antenna. So let's put the battery on the bottom. It's still going to get in the way of the antenna technically, but all right. So this has some wires. Look. It looks like this has some wires in it that I crudely... No, the printer's fine. Some wires here that I crudely snipped off. So let's just fire up the soldering iron and... let's just fire up the soldering iron and let's cut those out. The headband is going to go over my head like headphones. My initial few designs for wearable displays used a behind-the-ear headband. Let's see, it's 224. We're making good time. So my original designs for heads-up displays used a behind-the-ear headband, and I found that it didn't stay stable. It tends to wobble and jiggle a lot, especially as you're walking. And I don't think it's a very good. Configuration, because if you think about it, like it's on your ears become a pivot point instead of gravity like pulling it down onto your head, and the pivot point being like, I guess, like, has a lot of friction. Yeah. Anyways, the headphone configuration works a lot better for wearables than the behind the ear. Behind the ear doesn't really work for eye wearables. On top of that, your ears move around as you talk. It's part of emoting. I guess we're basically dogs, I suppose. All right. So these wires, we're gonna use my good friend gravity to desolder them. So let's clip a forceps onto here, and yeah, I'm also gonna make fun of. I don't know. I feel like I'm more of a Gen. I definitely have more of the Gen X mentality than millennial. I don't know. I've definitely, in terms of like how I think and run my life and how things have worked out. I definitely think I'm a little more Gen X style, caused by overexposure to the startup world during development. It's like how, I don't know, maybe you smoke while you're pregnant. It's like if you smoke while you're pregnant, your kid's gonna come out weird, and if you grow up reading articles about startups all the time, you're going to come out with an overly positive view of business. I think this is looking alright. We're going to be soldering more stuff onto this, so I have to remember to leave some room under the terminals, because we're going to be doing some soldering, and so we're going to be getting some wires onto there. But I do want to be able to measure my dimensions without having anything get in the way. So good. We've cleaned this off. Let's turn our attention back to Fusion 360. Actually, let's real quick turn our attention towards some 3D printing stuff. Because I have to plug today's sponsor. Where is it? I gotta plug today's sponsor, Thangs. We're talking about intergenerational conflict in the comments. Good. It's a conversation everyone should be having. Today's episode is sponsored by Thangs, and this camera is wobbling around way too much. Today's episode is sponsored by Thangs. The only of all the places where you can download 3D printable things, this is the one that pays me. But seriously though, Thangs is a great place to upload and download some 3D printed files, because it gives you this. Oh, this is awesome! I get to. Oh, look at this! I get to turn a. I'm trying to use my space mouse. Hey, Thangs, if you're listening, hey Becky, tell the engineers you got to implement support for the space mouse. Come on. You gotta have space mouse functionality, but you can still use your mouse and rotate around. But check this out. You can now, you can upload an entire assembly and preview it either in pieces or as a whole. Isn't that sick? You even put in pictures. Looks like this is a revolver beer can. So I guess you can shoot your beer as you drink it. Whatever, it's pretty funny. Anyways, you can download everything from anything you want from Thangs.com with just one click. Everything comes with versions and stuff, so if things change, you don't get confused. It's sort of like GitHub, but it's cooler. And Thangs.com even searches other sites outside of Thangs. So if we want to search for something really esoteric, like a Quagsire, for instance. Well, I wanted to say it searches other sites, but it seems like it doesn't like my very favorite Pokemon. Come on, Thangs, get your Quagsires together. Anyways, there are thousands and thousands of models, more being added every day. They run contests and all kinds of stuff. So thanks a lot to Thangs for sponsoring this stream. And after this project is done, you'll be able to download it from Thangs.com. By the way, if you want to follow me on Thangs so you get to know whenever I upload new stuff, let's see. How do I link people to my profile? How do I do that? Oh, here we go. It's Thangs.com/Zach Freedman. What are the odds? Look at that picture. What a handsome. It's not really handsome. What a face. What a face. Anyways, Thangs.com. Thanks a lot. Let's get back to building stuff. Let's just bring on the stuff. So we want to configure this like boo, 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 boo. So let's see. We're gonna put. So it's. I probably want to have the USB cable. All right. So let's see. This is the orientation we want. Sort of like here.
Super chat.
Oh, we have a super chat. I missed the super chat. Let me just come to the end of this thought. We want to have the USB cable facing either, I want it facing towards my back so that if I forget to charge it, I can run a cable down my back while we're filming without anyone noticing. So, that's what we're going to do. This is how you get over analysis paralysis, by the way. This is how you get over analysis paralysis. You pick something completely arbitrary and base your decision off of that. So it seems like I missed a super chat. Oh no. Thank you so much to GWR Films for the generous super chat contribution. Have you ever heard of Hackspace magazine? You can get it for free, made by the same people as the Magpie. Also done much of the Pico. Oh, I have made a huge mistake. I have forgotten something very important. Brooke, can you grab me a copy of Hackspace magazine? We actually bought the most recent issue in print because it has a really cool, because there's a particularly interesting article in it, and I want to show you. So yeah, Brooke, grab the Hackspace when you can. In the meantime, thanks a lot GWR Films for the very generous super chatski. I'm also going to I'm also going to open up my email for a sec to see if anyone has become a patron. Looks like we got some patrons. Autismo, thanks a lot for becoming a $20 patron. I'm going to be reading your name at the end of every episode now.
We did not get this for free.
Cool. Oh, we didn't get this for free.
We paid a lot of money for it.
No, you can get it online for free.
Oh.
Yeah, you can download the PDF for free.
Why didn't we do that?
Because it's not printed.
Okay.
Duh. Thanks a lot to Dieter Benut, another our €4.50 patron. He's going to get access to our behind-the-scenes stuff, and yeah. So if you want to get access to all the stream replays, you want to see our blooper reels, you want to get your name shouted out at the end of episodes, patreon.com/Zach Freedman. Well, yeah, let's take a look at Hackspace magazine. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Hackspace magazine. Check this out. Physical copy, Hackspace magazine. But wait, what's this? A cyber deck? Who makes those projects? Let's see. Check it out. I was featured in Meet the Maker in Hackspace magazine. That's right. I should have mentioned this before, but I keep forgetting because there's been a lot going on. So check it out. Meet the Maker. I got my projects. It's like a multi-page. Like we were talking for hours. It's like a whole multi-page dealio about, we talk about, like, how I got into doing this stuff, sort of like interesting bits behind the project, why, like, sort of talked a lot about I don't generally talk about the philosophy of what I do, but we went in pretty deep with this. And yeah, they did a really nice, thankfully not a hit piece, did a really nice profile about me and about my projects and and they spelled my name wrong in the very first sentence. You'd have to trust me on this. Here, switch to the overhead view. No, we'll switch to the macro. Look at that. They spelled my name wrong in the very first sentence. Yeah, so yeah, get your Hackspace magazine. If somebody could be so kind as to post, I can't post a link. Brooke, if you go to hackspace.com, hsmag.cc, that's where it is for everyone interested. hsmag.cc, you can download all their back catalog in free PDF, or you can buy the print copy. Yeah. So yeah, I was featured in Hackspace magazine. Isn't that sick? So that's my opinion of Hackspace magazine. As for the Pico, this project has a Pico in it. The RGB LEDs are run off a Pi Pico. Oh, hey, Talon Sanders, thank you so much for the very, very, very generous donation. Very generous super chat. You're in it. I am indeed in it. Yep. I am famous now. I'm not as cool as Jervon. Jervon got his face on the cover. So I'm not. There's still one more level to climb. But no, I'm being very, very facetious here. It was a real honor to be interviewed by them, and it made my heart stop. Like when I saw it in the PDF. I really have to share that. I'll make a community post as soon as I remember it after the stream ends. Anyways. Whatever. I'm gonna plutz a little bit, but you folks aren't here to see self-aggrandizement. You folks are here to see stuff being built. So we're gonna build the stuff. Yeah. Okay. So here's where we're gonna attach this. So we're gonna bring this down. We're gonna bring this in as far. We're gonna bring this into inset it into the words into the headband as far as it can go. And I'm just thinking about how much room I want to leave for wire relief. Probably 2 millimeters, right? So we'll start it like right here. I'm thinking, yeah, I think that's the way to go. So let's rough this out first, like a dog. That's right. Yeah. So let's rough this out. Alrighty. So we want to make this 20. So this is 23 millimeters. Actually, and the battery. Let's plug in the battery too, because we want to measure this. Like this all has to fit together, so it's basically like one unit, absolute unit. Unless I want to do it this. Yeah, I think we'll do it this way. Okay. Yeah, this will give us lots of room to route wires. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so that's going to be. So we're going to measure like so. We're going to need 27. I have to move this display out of the way so I don't put the calipers down on it and smash it. I only bought 2 of them because they are expensive. Alright, so I'm going to make this tangent with this. Cool. And, right. So then, let's see. So then we're going to need to leave this much relief. About, let me think here. So it's a USB port. We'll do a little adjustment as we keep going. Wearable projects, I think need a lot of. It's about 13 millimeters. Wearable projects, I think, need a lot of iteration, far more than non-wearable projects, because things like comfort and fit are hard to predict in advance. They're definitely easier. They're definitely easier to add in. Later. Like they're definitely easier to add in later using test fit. Like using a test fit. Okay, so for this battery we want to leave about 14 millimeters. So let's call this 14. And then we're gonna go back to Earth. This is an important dimension. Oh, I forgot about. We're gonna have to deal with our little battery holder here. That's gonna be. I have to add in a little relief for that too. So this right here is a critical dimension because it's going to be where we kind of tape this down. So yeah. So this is going to be 2 millimeters plus. Let's see. So we're gonna go like so. Boop boop boop. All right. So this is gonna have to be 2 millimeters plus 1 for. Oh, geez, it's not parallel. And this has to be perpendicular to this. All right. So this we want to be 3 millimeters. That's 2 millimeters. Let's make it 3.5. 2 millimeters for the circuit board. 1 millimeter of tape, and then 0.5 millimeter of tolerance. Yes, we're a tolerant channel here. Yeah. And I don't like this angle here. Yeah, I don't like this angle so much. So I'm going to. There we go. Add in a little slanterino. Okay, so that gives us enough room. Now we need to offset this by 1.2 to get our wall, thickness. Because that's how we do. We don't. Get rid of that chain selection. All right, we don't need to offset that wall because. Well, I mean, we're going to be continuing that part all the way onto the headband, so we don't need to offset that. We should offset this and this though. Minus 1.2. Yes. All right. Let's zoom in a little. This thing is very sensitive as you get closer to the project. All right, let's close this off. Let's close this off. And that should do the job. I think that should do the trick. Yeah, and it'll be taped in place. Maybe we can make this top part here a lid that mounts on over it. I think that'll be the way to go. So yeah, we're gonna have so let's think this through a little bit more. So we have to add in we'll add in a USB port afterwards. Actually, do we? So we're going to want. Let's see. So we called that 13. Actually, because we have this right here. We've got our little. What do you call it? We have our JST connector. That's right. That thing's pretty tall. I'm thinking we'll add that in after. I'm thinking we'll add that in afterwards. I don't think this should be 3.5. I think it should be closer to 5.5. Why you no work? No, not F. I want D. No, D. D for dimension. Something smells like it's burning. Let's see what's going on. Still printing.
Everything's fine.
Brooke, is that you?
It was a candle.
Oh, Brooke blew out a candle. I thought the 3D printer had lit on fire. Oh, Brooke, you're freaking me out, woman.
Sorry.
I thought the 3D printer was on fire because I smelled smoke. Meanwhile, Brooke's over there friggin' communing with nature or whatever. Why is this over constrained? I'm so confused here. Is this why can we drag this by hand? I think we've messed something up here. Something has gone horribly wrong. Why is this dimension working? Like it doesn't have any errors, right? Let's recompute. All right, it didn't have a failure to compute. But now it's gonna over constrain it. I'm really confused here. Let's try deleting stuff until it's fixed. No, we're not really gonna do that. Maybe I can change this. Maybe this will help. This should also be, yeah, that's over constrained. I am rather confused. It's weird. Failed to solve. That's really weird. Maybe it's all these whatchamacallit. Maybe it's all these offsets that are causing the problem. Maybe if I remove the offsets, it'll work. Yep, that looks like the problem. The offset tool seems to cause all kinds of weird issues, doesn't it? So let's just do this the old-fashioned way. Let's just do this. Let's do this using dimensions. Again, we can easily parameterize this later. Although I don't see why we're gonna have to change the wall thickness. 1.2. Actually, we don't. We're not a. Yeah, we don't have to. We want to slant that. Let's leave it the way it is for now. I want to see how it looks on my head. 1.2, and we want. Where's our sketch? Yeah, we want this and this to be collinear. Cool. Okay. So, yeah, that's going to. All right. So that's going to give us a little container to put this in. Yeah, and then I think we should add things like a USB port, like holes for USB port and the JST connector afterwards. So yeah, we want to edit. Right. So this is gonna. Yeah. All right. So yeah, this changed. So this is gonna mess up. It's gonna mess up our drawing, or it's gonna mess up our extrudes here because Fusion identifies. Oh, I see what the problem was. Before the ends were capped, and now they're not. So this line should not be here. This line should instead be here. Actually, it doesn't. Yep, that's exactly what's going on here. Let's see, that should be closed. Okay. Yep, I left a piece open. This should be closer to reality. And it is. It just got rid of our wire channel. Oh, that sounded bad. What's going on over there? I heard something sound crispy. Oh, looks like one of our pieces of support material came off the bed. looks like a piece of our support material came off the bed. It's a little far. Hang on one sec. I know I missed a super chat. I'll be right there.
Everyone says don't forget to save.
People are Burke reminding me to save. Let's see. There you go. Good as new. All right. Karel Joubert, I hope I pronounced that right. And thanks for telling me what the currency abbreviation is. I don't know what they all are. ZAR, of course, stands for South African Rand. Zach, you need to save like a software developer in a third world country with electricity problems. Oh no, everyone's giving me thank you so much for the super chat and for the reminder. Everyone is vicariously hitting Control S, aren't they? Yep. Thanks for the reminder. There we go. No, wait a second. Hang on. That's not supposed to be a new body. That's supposed to join. Yeah. All right. That looks. We don't. Let's see. We don't want to. All right. One other. Let's see. Let me think here. We're gonna want these wires to extend all the way, so I guess we should extend this all the way. Yeah, that just makes sense, doesn't it? Alright, so this, let's see, so this is, let's see, oh, this should be everything filled in, yep. I get kind of, yeah, easy to get confused here. Alright, and now this is our wire channel, so let's see. So this part is going to need to hold electronics, which are going to, you know, connect to the wires. And yeah. So how long is this? Let's see. The feather is about 51 millimeters, give or take. This is definitely not 51 millimeters. So we are going to want to leave our electronics compartment open. Although we don't need to leave, do we need to leave the wire channel open? I don't think we need to leave the wire channel open. On this side, this is tricky because we want it open in some places and closed in other places. We'll cut it out if we need it. I think not the most elegant way to solve the problem, but I think it's the way to go. Okay, so let's see, here to here is, oh, this is, oh, we have, oh, all right, so this is 53 millimeters. So the whole headband is already this wide. That seems awfully wide. Maybe I made a math boo-boo somewhere along the way. Where is the brake? Where's the driver board for the? Oh, here it is. I must have made a boo-boo somewhere along the way. So from here to here is 50? Oh, it's 30. Oh, I don't know what I was measuring between. Whew, scared me there because I'm like, this is not the same width as this. That's not how any of this works. All right, good. Okay, so we need to extend this the rest of the way. Yeah, we need to extend this the rest of the way. So let's go back to extrude. We're going to want to extrude all of the... Ah, I see. That is overkill. So we need to divide our little electronics box out so we can extrude it without having to extrude the rest of the geometry. I guess we want to go like down here, I think. I think that'll do it. Yeah, so let's extrude this. And I think that should do it, right? And we're gonna want something for on the other side here for it to hook into. Will we? No, that's this. All right, so we're gonna need these as well. All right, so I think we need to shift some of our dimensions around. But all right, so we're gonna want this to be, all right. So this is nominal 51.2. So let's give it a millimeter or so of wiggle room. So let's call it 51.2. So we're going to do an offset of 51.2 plus 1. Yeah. And then we're just going to extrude this all the way to here, and it'll automatically fill in the gaps. And we want this to be a join. We'll split it later. So we got these notches here because we drew these dividing lines in the wrong places. So this should be here. Like, not dumb. And this should be tangent. Actually, this doesn't have to be tangent. This can be collinear to this. Yep, there we go. And same over here. This should continue along to here. And that way, yep. Zing. Bazinga. There we go. We now have a little electronics compartment. I think this could look kind of cool if it's sticking out a bit. It might look tactical. On the other hand, it might get in the way or look silly. It might get in the way of my ear. But it is the easiest thing to model, and I think it could be the easiest thing to print as well, because that leaves us with flat sides. The question is, this box here, do you think I should center it? Every time I hear the door squeaking, I think it's Brooke coming in to tell me I'm messing something really, really far up. Let's leave this the way it is for now. So, no. Okay, so we've got a lot of stuff that needs rounding. That's weird. Why is this? What the hell's going on here? It's rounding, but it's keeping the old geometry. It must be a rendering error. Yeah, it's gotta be a rendering error. All right, so let's. Or do we want to do this afterward? Do we want to do this? Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like what order we want to do these. What order we want to round these corners off in. Let's see what happens here. All right, so let's go back over here and let's round these off as well. Make it look nice and organic. Let's round that off, and round the. Can we round the inside off? No, we can't. At least not yet. Let's see. Is this gonna work? It's not gonna work. Not gonna work. The fillet chamfer encountered a non-manifold edge. That's sus. Is it gonna help if we delete anything? Nope. Alright, maybe if we... Oh, let's move this over here. Maybe if we do this separately, or in a separate selection set, it'll work. Non-manifold edge. Maybe we can do this in its own operation. Let's see. Fillet. Yeah. If this is rounded, it'll make life much easier. Okay, so it's not filleting at all. Let's then chamfer. Let's see if we can just bulk this up a little bit. Oh. No, encounter non-manifold edge or vertex. Okay, so let's see. How do we fix that? How do we fix that? Or can we draft our way out of this? No, we can't. Poop. So, it's yeah. All right. So how do I? Maybe there's something funny going on within the geometry. Let's. Oh, that's weird. I think that's the problem right there. I mean, it's definitely not helping. Okay. Yep, I'm dumb. That's the first thing that's going wrong here. Alright, give us something to glue this down to. Okay. So, alright. And then now let's extrude. Now we have to cover it. So let's start from here, and then it's just 1.2. And why does it keep creating new bodies? Why is it the Fusion defaults are acting really weird? Let's see if anything changed. I kind of doubt it though. Yeah. So what's up with that non-manifold edge? What does that mean? I am not even sure I know what that means. Control point spline. So this is yeah. How do I modify this to make that work? I don't actually know. Huh. Would it help if I like rounded this off first? Why can't I go any further? Geometry too complex to blend. Blend may be too big. What on earth does that mean? There's some weird stuff going on here, folks. I'm gonna save. Getting bad vibes. I mean, this is looking correct. Huh? Yeah, I don't really know what's going on here. Let's check in on our print. It looks like it's coming to an end. We've got. Oh man, is it ever doing an aggressive bridge there? It looks great though. This cooling fan, I turned the cooling fan down to only like 40% or something, and even still that bridge looks phenomenal. We'll take a look at that soon. Alrighty. Oh, looks like I have a few packages to pick up. We'll deal with that in a sec. We'll deal with that after we're done streaming. That's the dog gets to go out for a walk. What on earth is happening here? I mean, not the neatest curve, but real sketches have curves. Let's see. Oh, now it's turning the geometry inside out. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on here. Let's try to solve it. Let's try to compute again. Yeah. All right. So, what does this mean with the? What is this talking about with the manifolds? Yeah, edge and vertex. Where they share an edge, look for the condition. So, what's sharing an edge here? Do we have like a... I'm really confused. Is there two lines very close to each other? I don't think there are. I mean, it looks like there are, but that's just an optical illusion caused by the path using a different level of precision than the face. Well, don't you hate it when this happens? I guess we can try to just eliminate the problem altogether. Like, yeah, let's just extend this out. Right? Yeah, let's just make this coincident with this, and let's kill this, and like so on and so forth. See if that helps us any. That's weird. Let's not do that. Let's instead extend this, like so and like so, so that for our final two, we can add a little dummy geometry. Maybe that'll make it easier. Normally I wouldn't be so persnickety about something like this, but because this is going to be on my head, it's very important that we can round off every corner. Distance. So this has to go to an object. What's happening here? What? So this got changed. So start here. This is acting real weird. Why did it change that to minus 20 something? There are some strange things going on here, folks. Why did this create a line? To object. Let's see. Why did that make a line? That might cause problems down the line. So this looks fine. Huh. It's really weird. Let's edit our section plane here, because I want to when I'm rounding stuff. Yeah, look at all that dead space in there. Well, it's just a prototype, so we don't want to take this too seriously, because it is just a prototype after all. Yeah. Let's also add a little geometry to this. I like making multiple. I like doing these in multiple operations, or I like doing multiple operations in one to sort of like group them together logically, like, sort of. You know what? I don't like this one. Sort of group them together so that instead of basically like the parts of the features and operations that we do to like round the structure are together, separate from the ones that we do to like for cosmetics, right? Whatever. I'm just particular like that. Is this not working? There we go. All right, and let's just finish the job here. Cool. Save, because Fusion could crash at any second. And this looks all right. So the wires are going to be routed through the headband into the little electronics box where the electronics are going to live. And we're going to be able to tape it here. Let's see. We're going to be able to tape the electronics in place here and possibly here. Although, maybe not. And we shouldn't... I don't think we're going to have to worry too much about the... I just realized, maybe there's a model of a feather that we could just import. Wouldn't that be wild? Let's finish working on our chamfering. Chamfer. Whoa! What happened? Start a new drawing. All right, that's weird. Okay, let's get our bearings again. Let's round things off. This has to be aggressively rounded off. I hope we can do it. Let's hold off on that. All right, and then this is going to run into all kinds of problems. Why is this not letting me select anything? Oh, hey, we're done. All right, our print's done. So let's take a little break from the frustrations of modeling and instead do some of the frustrations of testing our new print. I think that's a good idea. So let's put this over here. Let's pull these off the bed. Yeah, it looks like layer adhesion was a little sus. It looks like our first layer adhesion was a little sus. Oh, let's get this wash bottle out of here. Wash bottle. Look at that bridge, though. Oh man, let's see if I can orient this properly. Look at that bridge. That is unsupported. That is an unsupported bridge. That's how strong these friggin' cooling fans are. It's ridiculous. Ah, crazy. So it supported the part that was hanging over in midair. This one is looking. This one's looking a little rattier. So we didn't get lucky. We didn't get as lucky over here. Unfortunately, I don't think this one's going to be usable because this piece of geometry came out a little weird. Hopefully, we can clean it up enough that we can fit the heads-up display that we can fit the OLED in there. So we do have some defects. This printer isn't dialed in quite yet. It's kind of look, I kind of hoped, but my Prusa printers. I'm just gonna grab a knife. My Prusa printers took, I've been using those things I've been using the first one for years, so it's gonna take time to dial it in, especially because there's just so much custom stuff and so many edge cases. Why am I wasting my time on that? Yeah, I'm wasting my time trimming off the outer. Oh, come on. Wasting my time trimming off the outer skirt when it's the inner part that matters. Alright, let's bust out these new pliers. Bought some very long precision pliers that hopefully will be good at getting in there and pulling out supports. The supports have fused to nearby walls a little bit. So I think we're probably over extruding somewhat. Huh. Yeah, I think we're over extruding. I calibrated the I calibrated the extrusion multiplier, but then the printer wasn't working, and I reset the extrusion multiplier because I thought that might be causing the problems. But the problems end up being caused by the cooling fan. So I bet the extrusion multiplier is wrong. It's over extruding. This support material is stuck on there way too hard. Let's hope I don't destroy it while destroy anything or hurt myself while trying to remove it. Let's be very, very gentle here. Yeah, this isn't the type of thing my the 3D printer tool or the print cleanup tool I got can work with. Can't pull anything out because it's it's just basically a soldering iron. Come on, we got to get that interface layer to detach. Yeah, the interface is stuck way too hard on there. Let's give this a shot. Give it a little tap. No, that interface layer is stuck there. This is bad. I must have the interface layer set too close. Yeah, it's not coming off. It must be set at 0. Well, I don't think this print's usable. I bet the interface layer is set at 0 because this machine is probably used, with dissolving filament. So, if you're using a dissolving or an easy detach support filament, then you don't need any distance between the support. You don't want any distance between the support interface and the supported plastic because you don't have to pry off. You don't have to worry about the support material permanently fusing with the print. You just throw it in your solvent and Bob's your uncle. But that's not going to help us here. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to get this out. So unfortunately, I don't think this part is usable, which is a real shame. Maybe we should have only printed one, while we're still dialing it in. I think I might have trusted the printer a little too much. Look, it's still new, and I don't have a lot of experience with low-level stuff on printers. So yeah. Yeah, the support material is stuck. It doesn't feel good to give up, but I don't see how I could possibly get this off. I don't want to risk, ending up in urgent care again. I mean, we could try something like throwing it in the freezer to see if it'll become brittle, but I'm not terribly hopeful. Let's just say. All right. Well, look, this is how it works. This is the nature of the game. unfortunately, building projects, you know, I know that people want to see. I guess the lesson to take away here is, oh, this one isn't supported at all. This one's not supported on this side at all. So maybe we can at least test our dimensions on one side. I know folks like want to see, you know, a story with a beginning, middle, end, satisfying climax. At the end, the project is done, and we all live happily ever after. But that's not how it works with projects. It's a lot of backtracking, a lot of do-overs, a lot of frustrations, a lot of false starts, and the project. It's not like you're working towards the project being over and like, you know, it's bad. You know, you're fighting a final boss. It's more like you stop and go, wait a second, there's nothing left to do. The project's done. So yeah, maybe I should change the way I promote and, you know, write the descriptions and copy for the streams, so that it doesn't sound like we're making a project, and it sounds like what it is, which is what we're working on a project. Yeah, never go into a hacking session saying like, oh, I'm going to finish this project today, because you might not, and you don't want to get discouraged and put it down and never come back to it. Yeah, the support material is just fusing in place. It's too close in the X and Y axes too. I think this preset. Yeah, I think this preset was designed for a multi-material print with a support filament. I think it could be a little dangerous. Be a little dangerous trying to shove wires in here. We have to be very delicate. Get in there and rip it out. Rip and tear until the job is done. Try to, you know, bust off as much of the support material as possible, and try to fit some components in there. At least to let us refine our dimensions. But holy crap, that bridging is beyond nuts. Why would it put a piece of support material here? That's so weird. Why would it put a tiny sliver right there? That doesn't have to be supported. Maybe I had the bridging angle going the wrong way. Maybe it was trying to bridge in a long direction somewhere. All right, let's give this a shot. So this cable is getting a little bent out of shape. So let's replace it with a new one. Let's see. Put this guy in here. Come on. Get that guy in there. And where's our driver board? Here it is. This is a pretty cool connector. I've never seen. Not that I've never seen one. I've just never used one in one of my own projects. This one, yeah, this ZIF connector loads from the opposite direction. Isn't that neat? It loads from the opposite direction. Usually it loads from the side with the bar, but here it loads from the side without the bar. Isn't that weird? Sometimes you load the side with the bar. Sometimes the bar at the side loads you. So let's very gently put everything into place. I hope these dimensions are good, because I already made them. I already printed them once. Alright, so we haven't tested this dimension yet. Oh, here's an interesting... I forgot we were going to desolder this. We can't do a test fit until we desolder. We can't do that until we desolder this right angle header. So let's do that. Let's desolder right angle header. We are going to use Chip Quick. I think this is going to have too much thermal mass. I now have a hot air gun, but I think with all this metal here, it's going to have too much thermal mass to do a very good job. I think we'll be at risk of damaging some of our other components, so we're going to use the Chip Quick. Chip Quick is a special type of solder that melts at a very, very low temperature. So we're basically going to apply a whole bunch of Chip Quick to all the solder joints on this right angle header. Let me drop my chair a little bit. We're going to apply some Chip Quick to all the solder joints on the right angle header, and then we will apply the Chip Quick, and then we're going to flood. Yeah, basically we're going to flood the area with Chip Quick. And the chip quick is going to amalgamate with the solder, and the resulting metal mess is going to melt at a low enough temperature that we can keep every pin hot while we remove it. And then afterwards we just mop up the chip quick, and there we go. Oh, I'm running out. I only got 3 sticks left. I think they sell this at Micro Center. Actually, I'll buy some DigiKey. I'm placing an order. Placing a DigiKey order. Let's see if this stays in place long enough. Let's see if it stays in place well enough. I don't have to. I'm gonna get my display out of here because this thing is precious. See if it stays in place enough that I don't have to use a pan of ice, because then I'll have to probably refocus and reposition the camera. Let's see. Alright, so Chip Quick doesn't have flux in it, so that's why I applied the flux before, to get it to flow. Without the flux, it would just beat up on the soldering iron. Alright, so we want this to be roughly in the right position. It doesn't... We don't have to get it on the first try, because the first step is application. Alright, so we flooded the area with Chip Quick. We're going to heat up... Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Oh, we're going to need some tweezers. Otherwise, we won't be able to take it off when the time comes. All right. So we got our Chip Quick in place. So we're going to heat it up, and because it's Chip Quick, it's going to stay molten to a very low temperature, which allows us to move on to the other side and heat that up at a leisurely pace. Oh, there we go. Nice. Yep. And it salvaged the header too. See how it's leaving streaks? It's still molten. The solder is still liquid. See? Even after all this time, the solder is still liquid. Yeah, so it's important that we grab our wick and we remove all this solder before we move on to doing anything else. Because I actually have to trim the solder. I have to trim the wick. Yeah, we have to remove this stuff, because if we leave it, it will amalgamate. Like when we solder for real, it'll amalgamate with that solder, and we'll end up with a very weak joint. So, yeah. Chip Quick is the best. Even if you have a hot air station, it's still, in this guy's opinion, simplest way to both salvage parts and clear off spaces on a board. It's good for salvaging parts because oftentimes if you're using a rework station, by the time you've blasted it with enough air to get it off, the part could be damaged because it's been hot for a very long time. So Chip Quick can be good for salvaging. That's what it was. I think that's what it was originally designed for. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's good stuff. I should make a video about like esoteric, just like oddball tools that I recommend, like esoteric tools that people wouldn't think of, that I think are essential for makers. Cool. Let's do this. Let's clean this off too, because I feel like I might use this in a future project. Waste not, want not. So let's just give this a quick sweep. Doesn't have to be as thorough. I just want to pick off any large blobs. Alrighty. Cool. Okay. So with that out of the way, let's reattach. Oh, it's all sticky and gross. Ew. It's the flux. Icky, sticky, ooey gooey flux. 100% isopropyl alcohol. A little rinse. I do have a proper flux cleaner, but I prefer not to use it in here, because it is super duper toxic. Ah, beautiful. See if I missed anything. Reagan, thanks a lot for the super chat. Take a shot every time Zach says Micro Center. You would die. You would literally die. Halo 2 Freak, thanks a lot for the $420. Ayo! Thanks for the entertainment while I'm at work. Thanks for working while I entertain you. That's why I try really hard to make it so you don't have to watch, so you can listen to. So that you can work while you hack. So that we can, hack while we hack, I guess. You can hack while I hack. Hack it out. I don't know. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do with your life. Anyways, thanks a lot for the 420. Ayo! Ayo! I can't believe that's still, like, a thing. I can't believe the number 420 is still, like, associated with Bud. It's such a weird meme. I don't know how stoner memes, like, how do stoner memes exist? Like, don't you have to remember them in order for them to spread? I'm kidding. The other day I smoked weed for a month. I didn't really, that was just a joke. Let's see. So let's slip this in its holder very, very gently and carefully. Very gently and carefully into the holder. All right. Come on. Come on. Be easy. Be easy. I think it's a little short. Yeah, the wire channel here is just a little short, but on the whole, I think it fits pretty well. It's not going to go in all the way because we have that blob of support material that I couldn't remove. But yeah, this part here is a tiny bit short. You can see how it's starting to buckle because it's being stretched too tight. So we'll make that a tiny bit longer. But otherwise, I think these dimensions are pretty good. I wish the other side was workable, but it looks like dog doo-doo. Oh, Reagan. Roscoe hasn't pooped in the house a single time. Yep, it seemed to be a one-time thing of him pooping in the house. He's biting a lot less. He's being a very good boy. If you're in the Denver area and you want to adopt a very adorable, very smart 8-month-old puppy, let me know. We want him to go to a good home, especially one with a lot of other dogs. Like I like him. I think he's a rad dog, but he just wants to play all the time. I don't think he'd have a very good time living with us. I think he wants a house where he can spend a lot of time with the owner, spend a lot of time with other dogs, and just play and bite and just get some social interaction. I think he feels cooped up in here. So yes, if you want a very social and very smart dog, please let Brooke know. Okay, so this brings us... we're in an awkward position here because this doesn't fit. We could try again. I could give the glass plate a thorough cleaning. Maybe things would stick a little better. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Skip class to eat ass. Excellent name. Says, hey Zach, I'm a recovering heroin addict, and today's my 21st. Can I get a happy birthday? Happy birthday! Congratulations. Congratulations, staying clean too. That is there's nothing easy about that. I give you a lot of credit. So congratulations and happy birthday. You never go ass to mouth, kid. Never. Not even when the moment's right. Speaking of, let's turn our attention back towards the printer. This is getting a little cluttered over here. Let's switch back to the overhead view. It's getting a bit cluttered, so let's put our toys away. And I'm going to grab the plate off, and we're gonna give it a thorough cleaning, because I think the glue residue is causing more harm than good. Get that out of here. We're done with our desoldering. We don't need any more flux. Don't need any more ship quick. Hopefully we don't need this knife anymore. Bear with me one sec. Let's throw our scissors back. See, when everything has and let's clean this off so it doesn't scratch the plate. When everything has a dedicated, designated place to put it back, cleaning up only takes seconds.
You have a super chat from Juliet S.
I have a super chat. Thank you, Brooke, for letting me know. We have a super chat from Juliet S. Thank you so much for the very, very generous super chat. Just got here, so sorry if this has been answered already, but I'm confused. I asked if this is possible in a previous stream, and you said it wasn't, because you can't focus on the display. That is correct. That is correct. I don't believe this project will end up working. Like, it'll work in the sense that, like, it'll look cool. But I don't think it's going to be a usable heads-up display. But I get asked this so often that I think it deserves its own video, whether it works or not. So, yeah. So I don't think it's going to work, but we're going to build it anyways. Because I want to explain the principles of optics that, principles of optics that make heads-up displays work. And also, I think it'll look cool as heck. So, no, I'm not... Nothing has changed. I still don't think it'll work. But that's not stopping me. I'm not going to let something like reality get in the way of my fun. Oh, we have another super chat. Peasant, thank you so much for the $5. My dog just ate my Xanax. What do I do? He's seizing on the floor. But also, I'm trying to get lit later. How to get out Xans intact. Help. Thanks. Clearly, you got to cut your dog open. I mean, what else is... Like, what other options do you have? Sorry, Fido. He's drug mule and he doesn't know it. Although, if this were serious, I would say take your dog to the emergency vet, and also, you're obviously not going to get your drugs back because it has to be digested in order to have an effect on the dog. So, yeah, unfortunately, though, you gotta cut your dog open. I'd say just fire up your bandsaw and zzz. Thank you very much for the super chat and for the intriguing question. I'm gonna need more paper towels, aren't I? I'm gonna need a few more paper towels. Would Xanax kill a dog? I don't think it would. I mean, this is not a medical opinion here. This is pure speculation. But I would imagine that the dosage of Xanax is pretty low. So unless it, ate a handful of pills, I don't know how much damage it would actually cause. You'll notice I put this on a rubber mat. That keeps it from sliding around and getting scratched while we cleanse it. Do they use barbiturates on dogs? Who knows? Who knows this stuff? Colin Mills, thank you so much for the $6.90. Hey, Lamau. Hey, nice. Can I get some nices? Can I get some nices in chat? Can we nice it up? Can we get some? Can we say some niceties to each other? Nice. There we go. There we go. Wow, I had a lot of glue stick on there. Holy cow. That was I think I might have overdone it a little bit. I have been using PEI beds almost exclusively for years. So I think I've forgotten the ways of the glass. Yeah. So Wham Bam what's it called? Wham Bam Systems. Yeah, Wham Bam sells a magnetic PEI sheet for this. The only place I've ever seen. The only place I've seen that sells them. But it's very expensive, and I've already spent enough money on this. Printer. But yeah, Wham Bam is they're like I think it's just like two guys in a garage. Like two guys in a workshop, and they make some really sick 3D printing equipment. I used to have an enclosure, like a foldable fabric enclosure from them that I didn't have a lot of time to use before Boximo sponsored the Every Filament episode. But, yeah. I really like the PEI, but I think I need to broaden my printing horizons, because a lot of the filaments in the next episode will fuse to PEI. It's impossible to keep them apart, especially because one of the filaments actually is PEI. So we're going to need to get our glass foo together. Hey, Mustang, thank you so much for the very, very generous Canadian pesos super chat. How would I get good with electronics like you, Sensei Zach? Oh, Sensei Zach, I'm only high school educated. I get asked this question a lot, and the truth is, I don't have a great answer. I never really learned. Like, I have a very hard time. Let me put this back on overhead camera. Yeah, I have a very hard time learning anything. I just find the whole process of sitting there and listening to things and remembering stuff, and then doing drills and exercises so I can remember how to. I just find it's just so boring. I can't make myself do it. So I never really learned. It was more like I just built a lot of projects until I had the skills. It's not an approach I can really recommend because it's very wasteful. It's not a good use of your limited time on Earth. But I didn't really have another choice. I don't see how there could have been any other way I learned electronics. So if you're like me, find a project that you're interested in, dump hundreds of hours into it. Find another project, put hundreds of hours into that. Just every time, search your way out, and eventually you'll sit down and do a project, and you'll realize, like, wait a second, I've been working on this project for 200 hours, and I've only had to look up stuff like 2 or 3 dozen times. Holy crap, I'm doing it! Would I recommend it? No, not necessarily. It's a hard question for me. I feel very uncomfortable when folks ask me this, because, I'm sort of an educator, and I don't know how to get educated. There's a reason why I don't do beginner content here. Some people have had luck with Skillshare or Coursera. There are some electronics tutorials online. I haven't enjoyed any. I don't think I would have ever been able to sit through any of them long enough to gain anything. But you know your mentality. So yeah. By the way, the whole actually Veritasium recently did a video on this. The whole learning styles thing is complete horse manure. It's complete baloney. You need everything to learn anything. You need to see it. You need to hear it. You need to do it. Yeah, it's baloney. It has no scientific studies proving its existence. You need to do all of it. You won't learn much if you don't actually put it into practice in real life. You won't learn much if you don't, learn some stuff by getting the information in you. And how you get the information into you depends on the information, right? Like, I think the best way to learn circuits, I think it's hard to learn. I think the best way to learn circuits is by probing circuits with an oscilloscope and, actually building out the circuits and observing the phenomena yourself. But, if you're trying to learn, parallel plate equations, you just need to you need to just keep on, staring at equations and drilling them until they're never going to make sense because you can't perceive electricity. But you got to keep staring at them and working with them until you can apply them as if you had an intuition of them. But it's tricky. Hey, Reagan, thank you so much for another super chat. You've been very generous today. I appreciate it. Hey, Zach, I've been building a keyboard PCB, and the BitC microcontroller won't fire up. The whole keyb is covered in flux. Does that conduct electricity? Some does. It's rare that you'll have a problem. Some does. It's rare that it'll cause a problem with a circuit like that. It tends to cause problems on high frequency circuits and high voltage circuits. Because, it's if it's called no clean flux, then it doesn't matter. No clean flux is such a high resistance and a high dielectric that it doesn't matter for the purpose of your circuit whether it's there or not. If it's not high dielectric, then it could cause problems. It's more likely that there is a short or something buried under flux that you just can't see because, it's covered in flux. the question is, does the microcontroller work outside the keyboard? If it works outside the keyboard, then the problem is the keyboard, not the microcontroller. If it doesn't work, the problem is the microcontroller, not the keyboard. Hopefully you have some spares. That's why I always recommend, whenever you're getting materials for a project, I always get 2 extra or 20% extra, whichever is greater. So, if I'm building a mechanical keyboard and it calls for, a Pi Nano, or it calls for a Pi Pico, I'm going to buy 3 Pi Picos. If it calls for 100 keycaps, I'm going to buy 120 keycaps. I found that that's about the rate at which it's very unlikely you're going to have that many failures. It's, yeah. But if something's very fragile, buy extras. Yeah. Sorry. You're going to have to... I'd recommend giving it a thorough scrub, either with water, if it's water clean flux, with 100% or 98% isopropyl if it's not water clean flux, and then give it a close look. You can also, if you're ballsy, you can plug it in and you can check what part is getting hot, because that's probably where the short or damage is. Yep, part of the fun. Amon says, Zach, how is it like to make projects on the basis of expenses when you just started having expenses? I don't understand. I think if you're asking how do you budget projects when your parents aren't paying for it? I'm guessing it's something like that. I didn't start building projects until I was 22. I didn't get serious about it. It's I don't know. I think it's more like I didn't so much budget it as say all right, I've got X $100 of disposable income. I don't think the project is going to cost even close to that much. I'm just going to build the project, and luckily I haven't had too many. Luckily, I've never had a project that I couldn't finish because of budget constraints, but that's because generally, if you think about it, the most expensive component, the cost of an expensive project usually comes from a small number of parts, like an expensive display. I'm gonna scooch back over here while we talk, so we can set up. We can figure out what we're gonna do for our next print. So, yeah, the tricky part of a budget is generally there are a small number of parts that are very expensive. For the Optigon, right? It's got this $800 heads-up display. So those are the parts you're usually going to buy first. It's rare that you're going to have an expensive surprise. If you have an expensive surprise, something has gone deeply wrong, not in the project, in you. You don't start a project and you're like, wait a second, I forgot I need a graphics card, or I forgot I need $700 of 8020 aluminum extrusion. It could be basically it's likely that most of the expenses are incurred at the beginning of the project, and if you can't afford to buy it the first time, or if it's tough to buy it the first time, it's not going to be any better the second time when you make a mistake. So, yeah. Dino Dubroa says, "Hey Zach, please tell me what you found not intuitive in parallel plate equations so I can show you, so you can see the waves of electricity." I mean, I can't see electrons. There's nothing intuitive about it. It's not something that I can perceive as a human. I can tell you how. I know the equations, and I know how to use a capacitor, but I'm just reciting things verbatim. I just know that you stick I just know that if you're seeing voltage spikes, you stick a capacitor there, and you don't have voltage spikes. And when your signal is when your signal is like this, but you want your signal to be like this, you run it through a capacitor and it solves your problem. And you take a capacitor, you put it like this, and a resistor like this, and you create a filter. Do I have any sense of how they work? No, not in the slightest at all. Zero, zilch, nada. I just the lowest level of abstraction I can go is stick this capacitor here and stick this resistor here, and it will cut off. It'll cut off every frequency above a certain level. I don't believe it's... There's no way you can... I don't know. I'm sure some people can, but I can't... I'm sure some people can do that, but I can't intuit anything that abstract. But yeah. So yeah, let's turn our attention back to our project here and figure out what our next steps are. So when we last, yeah, so the last thing we were doing was struggling. Last thing we were doing here is struggling to round edges, which is giving us a surprising amount of guff. So let's pick that up where we left off, and yeah, let's pick that up where we left off and see if we can improve anything. Doesn't look like it. Jeez. Okay, what's going on here? So what I don't like is it doesn't, like, if there's an error, right? It doesn't let you save it. Like, you have to have your drawing working perfectly, or it doesn't let you modify anything, or it doesn't let you save it. You have to cancel and start over from the beginning, and that really bugs me. It's senseless, and I don't get it. It should know, like, Fusion should be able to remember that, like, I want to round this corner, so if I can't do it now, right, like, just keep it on the back burner. Yeah, like, just, even if I can't do it now, just, like, keep it on the back burner and apply it as soon as possible. Instead, you have to, like, yeah, you see, like, it doesn't even let you hit OK. It doesn't let you save your progress. And that is a really senseless way to waste a tremendous amount of time. One thing that I think a lot of programmers and software companies forget is to respect people's time. And I guess like, the way I'm, like, I guess as far as I'm concerned, wasting someone's money is, you know, like, you know, fine. We live. It's the world's capitalist, right? Everything costs money, but wasting someone's time is unforgivable. You can make more money. You can never make more time. Wasting someone's time is like one of the worst things you can do to them. In a very that's a way of saying it. Like, okay, fine, it's not as bad as stabbing someone in the chest, but still, like, you know, you shouldn't do it lightly. It should be something you do with gravity and respect, because that's time that person's never going to get back. So let's see. That's why things like, like if a stream, like, you know, stream dies early or something of the sort. That's why I take that stuff really hard, and I try so hard to prevent it from happening altogether, because wasting your time is just just breach of my responsibilities. It's not right. How do I get onto this tangent anyways? I feel like I say that a lot. I feel like I would say that a lot if I wasn't so self-conscious about people making ADHD jokes. Okay, so looks like we're looking at a little rounder. Very nice. Let's see if we can do another fillet, and come on. Oh, good. On wearable devices, you want to avoid all sharp corners inside and outside. Outside sharp corners like this, right, are going to poke you, and they'll scratch you and hurt you. Inside corners, right, concave, will collect grime, and they're basically impossible to clean. So, yeah, try to avoid inside corners as well as outside corners. You want wearable devices to be, if possible, you want them to be smooth, or to at least have no sharp corners. So, let's see. So, it looks like it's giving us a problem right here. But we got around that well. Okay, good. This is easier than I expected. All right, so here we go. This is basically the wearable device. Still has a number of dimensions that are untested. Oh, before we forget, we were supposed to change this. We need to give it a little less room. So let's change it from 115 to 112. That was a real... it caused a real effect. Let's see how long this... See how long this is. 117, and before it was 120. So I think that's fine. The damage looks worse than it is. Hopefully it still solves. It doesn't. What's going wrong here? All right. Looks like we can't do a tangent there. Alright, let's see if this solves. Come on. No. So what happened here? What's not what changed? Fusion 360 just is just a real pain in the ass. Like, I don't know why changing that dimension caused so much stuff this way changed. This is why I don't think it's worth a lot of time. This is why I don't think it's worth taking a lot of time to make your drawing fully parametric, because like it's unlikely you're going to be able to change the dimensions without causing downstream problems. So it looks like the issue happened here. So let's see. Looks like it changed the geometry on this part where the wire slot meets the. Yeah, it changed geometry here where the wire slot from this meets. All right, so let's get back to here and let's unfix this and let's drag it down very slightly, like minus 0.25. Come on. Oh my. That caused a lot of problems. Let's not do that. Let's keep that nice and fixed. Yeah. All right. So we just have to redo. This part here. Yeah. These are wires. I think this is. Oh, this is solid. Oh, I'm wrong. Okay. Yep, there's a lot of do-overs, a lot of backtracking. It's the nature of the beast. I'm sure a better Fusion user than myself would be able to prevent this. But I gotta work with the skills I got. Okay, so this is the slot. Right? Then this one here is finishing the cut, or finishing the build. Okay, so that means to cut this off here. Boop, boop. Alright, I think that should work. Oh, this too, of course. Alright, and here. That's down here. So that's still fine. All right. What problems is this causing? Because this looks fine to me. I don't like this here. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I don't like this ridge here. But for a prototype, I think it's fine. Okay. So this looks about what we want. Let's just make some. Delete these section planes that don't do anything. Let's make some section planes and just verify that. What happened? Let's make some section planes and just verify that everything has holes in it that should. Like this, for instance, that looks like the way it's supposed to. Right down here, that looks right. We got our slot for the wires. All right, that looks okay. So let's do this again using. Let's do this again on the XC plane. Oh, not an offset plane. No, not that plane. That plane. Not me, the FBI. The real FBI. All right, that looks a little sus right there. Looks a little thin. We'll see how that comes out in prints. But on the whole, I think this looks good. So we're going to want to... So how do we want to do this? I think we actually want to split this. What happened to the... Should still be two pieces. Is this going to cause problems if I delete it? We're going to reslice it. Actually, it doesn't look like it. Huh. I'm going to do another quick section to make sure nothing funny happened. It looks alright. Looks fine to me. Alright, so I'm thinking we want to slice it like along here. Basically slice it the same way we did before. Although that's going to make this part here print with a lot of... part here is going to need a lot of support material. We could split this... Why does this have a line on it? I don't like these lines. I hope it prints. I hope this prints properly. All right, so we could split this down the middle, and also split this. So give us a few. Oh, that'll be a little. That'll be a little on the weird side. Let's see. We could split it here. Yeah, I think so. I think we do that. I think we could split this here and split this down the middle like so, right? And also we'll split this here. This part will be split in two, and this part will be split in two. We'll do the same cut on this side. Let's get another section view over here, because I know we have enough meat. Yeah, we have enough meat on the bone here to glue it and add pegs and stuff. Oh crap, Billy's here. Hey Billy, how's it going? I've been seeing Billy was doing a bunch of streams herself, but she had a job or something. You ask me, it's all a bunch of hogwash. I think she just doesn't like us anymore. We could bulk this up a little so that we can glue it together, but I think that'll be fine. Okay, cool. So, let's see. So first, we're going to split. Split this. Let's see our origin. Our splitting tool is going to be our this plane. Okay, and now let's make an offset plane from here. We'll bring that out. Let's see. Bring that out about here? Yeah, I think so. All right, and again, we will split. We'll split this piece using our fancy new plane. That looks good to me. Oh, it split this as well. Aha. Yeah, we're gonna need to be. Yeah, we can't use a construction plane here. We gotta be a little more selective. You know what? We're gonna keep that plane where it is, but instead of using the plane itself to do our cut, we are instead going to create a sketch. And I'm just gonna draw a big old rectangle right here, and that is what we're gonna use to cut. Haha. Modify. All right, split body. This one, and our splitting tool is gonna be this. What? Did it work? It didn't work. What happened? Why couldn't I use this as a tool? What did I mess up here? Why can't I use this as a splitting tool? What the heck? The heck is going on here? I am confused. Why is this going this? What is that going that way? Huh? This is weird. This should be working. This here should be working. I feel like I've done this like a million times. What? What? Anyone know what's going on here? Oh, I should just be using a profile. Or I should just be using the line. That's weird. How do I do that? Would it help if I deleted this? So we can split. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with this. I feel like I've done this a million times. So I am confused. Why is it going this way? Shouldn't it go this way? Because that's the plane that the sketch is on. This is very strange. Let's maybe we'll do this. I need to familiarize myself with some of this stuff. Body, and here's the tool. Why is it only going this way? I'm really confused here. This is super weird. Maybe draw the line on the body, says Kishore. Yeah, let's give that a shot. Maybe it like auto detects the direction. I feel like I've done this before though, and it wasn't this much trouble. Like, why is it going in this direction? That's really weird. Like, how do I tell it to go like this instead? It's always perpendicular to the plane. So then I guess we want to, I guess then, I guess we want to put our plane instead here, so that we can, I think that should do the job. Alright, and let's create our sketch here. Okay, so it's, I guess I'm just dumb. Alrighty, so then this should work then. Split body, this tool. There we go. Bob's your uncle. Very nice. Alright, let's get that sketch out of here. Actually, I think we can, this sketch can actually serve double duty. Let's go back to the sketch here, and I'm going to project just two pieces of geometry from this, and we're going to draw a line in between them. Let's draw get a little construction action, and let's draw a regular line. There we go. Come on. Let's make this one horizontal, and midpoint these two. So, oh nope. Midpoint these two, and I can use this one to split the headband. Smart. Alrighty, so let's split a body. We're gonna split this. Oh, we gotta do the same thing on the other side, of course. Let's project this, and I'm just gonna. I want these to be roughly symmetrical, because I think it'll make it just look a little bit neater. So now let's go back and I'm actually gonna drag our split body. Let's put it on our toolbar, because we're using this a lot. Split this body using this line. Looks fine to me. Very nice. And now we will. Oh, no, we don't want to split that. We want to split these using this line. Why isn't that working? Avoid self-intersecting inputs. Must be on the wrong. Yeah, let's get this out of here. Yeah, I think it's on the wrong plane. All right, so if we want the line to go perpendicular, then we have to go this way, I think. Am I doing this wrong? Yeah. I can't use a construction plane because then it'll go through. All right, Designer's Mind says it's generally not a good idea to use a line where you should use a plane as it's not fully defined. If you want to split a body, make a construction plane. I can't do that because I don't want to split this part here off the heads-up display. So that is off the question. But for this part, yeah, we can totally do an offset plane for this. There's no good way to center it, though. Unless plane at point? Yeah, let's put that line back. Yeah, let's put that back. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to construct a plane at, let's see, offset plane. Yeah, so we're gonna, yeah, all right, so we're gonna offset this plane, right here, until this line. There we go, and let's do a little slice and dice. Split these using this, and there we go. So now we have our pieces. Is there an easy way to explode this? Because I think that would make life pretty easy. Is there an easy way to just explode these out from each other without having to mess around with? Let's save without having to mess around with like moving them manually. I think we might be able to. No, not simulation. Animation, maybe? Animation. Auto explode. No components for... They have to be components, like you can't explode bodies. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. Why is that necessary? Jeez, what the hell? All right, so then let's isolate this. Okay, so let's just make sure that each one is going to do its thing. All right, so this is printable. It has a flat side. We can stick stuff in through here. All right, the next one, this part here. Yeah, we'll attach it over the end. I think that's still okay. Does this one really need a... I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it was necessary to cut that one. Yeah. So this line, yeah, we're going to attach it here. I think this will be fine. And then we can glue on these two pieces. Like, we'll have to figure out some way to fasten them together. But, yeah, now we can... Oh, I think we overdid it slightly here. Deal with that in a sec. But, yeah, now we'll be able to slip this on over the wires. And same with this. I think that could be made into one piece, though. I don't think it's necessary to print that in two pieces. So I think this configuration is going to work. Right, let's unisolate this last split. We don't want to split this body. Let's make this visible. Which one is it? Here we go. We're going to isolate this. So the question is this printable? So it's sort of printable, because it has an overhang at the bottom, a small one, but still, and this has to be supported. But on the whole, I think this is fine. All right, so if we want to make this, let's unisolate. Alrighty, so if we want to make this, if we want to make this assemblable, we have to figure out how we're going to do it. One option is we drill matching 2mm holes in each element. Right, and that way we can use a tiny piece of filament as a pin to hold them together so the glue can set. We can just hold it by hand. I don't think that'll work though, because there's going to be a lot of... So this is going to flex, right? So on these joints here, there's going to be a lot of... it's going to be a lot of force, a lot of I don't know what you call that. This force. And it's going to break the glue. So these definitely need pins. This side we have it easy because we have this big block of unused space. But over here, we got a problem. Yeah. Over here we got a problem because, let's see, this only gives us 2mm to work with. So it's not even enough room. We could make it like a sawtooth to give us more surface area to glue pieces together. We could bulk it up on the top or the bottom, or just add a pin, or just add a place to put pins. Yeah. Like, ultimately, we could just leave it as one piece, but that'll take forever to print. That'll take centuries to print. Thinking the sawtooth pattern could be the best. I'm thinking that might be the way to go. It's going to require some supports. It's going to have some things in weird directions. But I think we could do that. Alright, so I think for this part here, we want a sawtooth pattern instead of a line. So let's go back to our drawing here. And yeah, instead of this right here, I'm going to turn on wireframe so we can see inside. Let's move this over. So instead, we want a sawtooth pattern. So let's go, let's see. I'm just going to make, yeah, I'm just going to draw it out by hand. Yeah. I don't think it's necessary to have this, like, dimensionally perfect. I do want to make it, I think, yeah, I do want to make it all right angles. So I do want to make this collinear, just to make it easier to print and glue and, you know, kind of like a sanity check. The reason why I did this as a construction line is because we can't have the two sides be we can't have the two sides of the sawtooth be the exact same dimensions because they'll be too big to interlock with each other. So instead, we have to offset it. Chain selection, please. Yep, I'm gonna offset it by 0.125 because I want 0.25 millimeters of clearance, which is, I think that's usually enough on the Prusa. Let's just do 0.25 and see what happens. And now we'll offset this again at minus 0.25. All right. Cool. So then this split right here, instead of, yes, we lost our tool. That's fine. Instead, we want to split with both of these, and that's going to leave us a little bit of extra. What's going on here? So that's going to leave us this little extra zigzag bit, and we're just going to delete that. Wait, what? Why didn't delete that? What? Alright, I guess we'll just hide it. Okay. So yeah, this will give us more surface area for gluing this together. It's still only 1.2 millimeters there. We'll see how it works out. It might be a little too thin, but we'll see. Okay, so finally we want to split this using that. Cool. All right, and that should give us enough room to glue. And then we have down here. So let's see. So these, then we have to do these halves. These have to be glued together. So let's grab our section. Let's close the sketch. We'll grab our section plane, and let's take a look at our geometry here. So let's see. We could put a pin here and here, around 3.7 millimeters. We could make that sawtooth as well. Give ourselves like sawtooth like going down it. Give ourselves a little surface area there. Or we could just probably glue them together because they're not. There's not going to be a lot of force in that direction, so we might be able to get away just gluing them together, like these two. Basically, like it's these pieces here. There's not going to be a lot of force on this, like there's no shear. So I mean, it might twist and that'll cause some shear, but I don't think that's going to cause too many problems. So I think that's fine. And yeah, down here, same idea. There should be no force on this, so I'm not terribly worried. These are the important joints right here. And then let's go back over here. We want to let's make some. What's this one? Yeah, we want to make some pin and socket joints. So let's open up a sketch here. Let's project. You're just projecting. All right. Let's just give ourselves some frame of reference to. Let's give ourselves some frame of reference to orient them. Rectangle, please. Center aligned. Should automatically snap to the intersection, but I don't know why it isn't. Fusion has been acting a little weird all day. No, we can't. No, not the midpoint. There we go. And this should also be. Wait, what the heck? Let's do this over again. Create a point. This point should be coincident with this. The point should also be coincident with this. Now it's in the middle, and we can use it to center a rectangle. And yeah, let's just make this a point, and make this coincident with this. And let's add some dimensions. Call this 20, and that should be fine. All right, so now we're going to add. So we're going to stick tiny pieces of filament in here, and I'll use that to just brace the pieces to give it more surface area for gluing. This is a pretty neat technique. And we're going to need this to be visible if we want to cut it. And then I'm just going to extrude these. We're going to do a symmetrical extrude, and we're going to make sure we cut both. So we're going to do a symmetric extrude, and the distance, let's call it like you think a 10 millimeter segment will be too much? I think it looks like a 10 millimeter segment is going to be too much. I think we're going to have to move those bottom pegs up. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. Let's just punch through the top and see if it's going to cause any problems. Except for the bottom one, I think it looks fine. Nice. All right, let's get rid of that. Get rid of our section plane. It's got some holes punched in the bottom, but what did I just delete? I want to delete this coincident constraint. Please select the right thing. Why isn't it selecting the coincident constraint? What the heck? Why is it not selecting? Selection filters. Yeah, it should be working. Maybe that'll work better. Close enough. Close enough. All right. So cool. It looks like this is about where we want this. It's already, so it's 4. Let's see. It's 4:13, and I want to end this. We could end this now, or keep it going for another 45 minutes or so. Didn't get as far as I wanted, but that's the nature of the game. Yeah, that's the nature of the game. Can't always finish it. So I think we should end our making here, and give a quick shout out to today's sponsor, Thangs. Thangs is the place to upload and download and share all of your 3D printable files. Yeah, they got all kinds of. I'm gonna put this project up here. I'm gonna put this project up on Thangs. Although it's not done, right? But like, I think we could. What do you think? Should we put this up on Thangs? Let's do that. Let's go for it. So we've saved. And yeah, I've been telling them forever that I'm going to put a project up on Thangs. So let's do it. All right, we're not going to send this to the 3D printer, but we will. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to export one of the entire model, and that's going to be used as our preview. So let's go to projects, my active projects folder, new folder, BS HUD. So we're going to call it Crappy HUD V25. You can see that I'm not. I don't have a lot of confidence in in this thing's ability to work. So I'm not going to bother renaming anything yet because this is just a prototype. We'll use. We might. Yeah, hopefully we can use Thangs. Hopefully we can use Thangs versioning tools to replace these with the finished versions as we keep working on it. But you can, so like let's just export all of our. All right, so that's it. We've exported all of our files. Let's head on over to where's our web page here? Got so many windows open. Hit the upload button. Watch how easy this is. So we're just going to find our projects, active projects, BS HUD, drag them in, there we go. This is a multi-part build. Alright, and this is transparent OLED prototype. Let's call this experimental. And you can attach a license if you want. We won't. This is so what should we say about this thing? This is this is project built during July 16th live stream. This prototype HUD uses an Adafruit feather. What else are we putting here? Crystal fonts driver board. Let's do this. Adafruit feather, a transparent OLED, and a crystal fonts driver board. This hasn't been printed or tested yet. Print at your own risk. Alright, so yeah, and this is it. That's it. That's all we need to do. We just pick which one represents the whole model, and it automatically generates thumbnails and previews for us. We don't have to take any pictures. We don't have to mess around with any of that crap. Look at that one. The default one's perfect. It's technology, and that's it. We're online. Thanks.
Says that you're missing a piece or something.
Thanks to Thangs.com for sponsoring us and making this all possible. Let's see. I've been told that I'm missing a piece. Woohoo! Let's view our model, and that's it. Check it out. We are now on Thangs, and if you want, you can use their augmented reality to preview this on your face. I'm now off center. There we go. Yeah, you can use their augmented reality to preview this on your very own noggin. So let's see. Apparently I'm missing a part. We got 18, 19, 22, 3, and 5. So let's go back to Fusion. What's this? Looks like we're a little too zealous in cutting in slicing up this model. So we ended up with a couple pieces that shouldn't exist. So we have 18, 19, 23, 4, 5. Yeah, we allowed our tools to be extended by accident. So we ended up cutting off a few pieces that should have stayed attached. That's why I labeled it experimental. So yeah, so this piece right here is going to be too short. Hang on one sec. This is why it's important to be able to preview the parts so that you can know if there's a problem with the print before you run it off. Yep, there we go. See, our heads-up display is hacked right off. Alright. But it's super easy to upload a new part to replace it. Anyways, thanks a lot to Thangs for sponsoring this episode and for, helping pay our bills. And, yeah, thanks to all of you for being here. Yeah, let's stick around I'll stick around for another couple minutes, and, let's see. Yeah, let's stick around for another couple minutes before we call it a day. We're in a little bit of an awkward position. Seems like Billy Rubin is being nice in chat. Hello, Billy. Brooke says, "Woo, well done, Billy. When are you doing? Are you going to do some more of your streams? Because I remember you were working on. I remember in one of your streams you were working on the Hemera, and my most recent printer, my newest printer, has 4 of them. Yeah, I suppose we could also fight with the printer and try to run something off, but yeah, I mean, might as well, right? Might as well try to run off a piece. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Tools, make. Oh, we don't even need to. We just exported them. All right, let's go back to Super Slicer and see if we have better luck this time. So we'll go back to a 3D view. We'll delete this. Yeah, let's do this piece right here. Drop it on its side. And yeah, let's see how this slices up. So it looks like this is unsupported. Here's what let's do a little sneaky play here. Our filament settings. I'm going to turn off our bridge's fan speed to 75% of this ridiculous fan. I have no idea how this is going to happen. For all we know, it might blow the filament away. Yeah. For all we know, it'll just blow the filament into oblivion. Filament settings. Alright, so if we're below 100 seconds, so this is what happened before. Our layer was very small. So let's treat this like we treat a bridge. Let's bring this up to 50%. Okay, let's slice it and see what happens. Alright, let's export this. Let's reopen our... Where's our soups slice? Here we go. Let's open up Soup Slicer. Cut my milk. I can't say it's liquid. Let's turn on the camera so we can see what goes wrong. All right. Yeah, a couple people from E3D popped in and were probably just like cringing their faces off, just watching me fail over and over again to assemble that printer. I had so much trouble on so many parts of it. Yeah. Hopefully this works better. You know, hopefully, like, the beds, I'm just gonna give it a little spritz-a-reno. Yeah. Hopefully it works a little better. We cleaned all the glue off of it, so hopefully everything is good. Can only hope. Yeah, let's take a look at comments. Let's see what folks are going on. Do we have any super chats, any patrons to thank? Hey, Samantha Azel, thank you so much for becoming a patron. Yeah, our patrons are critical support for the channel. How we that's our parts fund. The patron funds go directly to into our projects. So thank you so much, Samantha, for supporting the channel. Let's see what else we have. Yep, people are pointing out that I sliced a piece off the eyepiece. That is totally correct. We'll deal with that afterwards. All right. Every time it does mesh leveling, it comes up with different values. I don't get it. I don't get it. You know what I get? Not that. Yeah. While this heats up, I want to blow up my face real big because I want people to see the patrons scrolling in the back. Look at that! I finally got it set up. Your name. That is so. Every time it runs through the patrons, it updates using the API, and that means that if you become a patron, hopefully it'll show up. You know what I need to do? I gotta have it check more often, so if someone becomes a patron during the stream, it like does something. I have been Alright, I busted my butt for like 4 hours the other day trying to connect things like the Chromance and stuff to YouTube's super chats and like basically like trying to set it up so that if somebody like super chats, it like makes an If people are chatting, it makes it'll like display something in the scrolling thing. The YouTube APIs are horrible. YouTube's APIs are booty butt. They're awful. Like I would be able to pull chat like without spending hundreds of dollars. I would only be able to pull chat like once every 15 minutes. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so there's that. YouTube, if any of you folks are listening, Twitch is thrashing you with their API. Like, it makes money. Having a good API and allowing us to like hook things up to stream activity, it's money. So get your API together. Come on. YouTube's APIs are extremely sus, Phantom. Anyways, yeah, patrons get to see all of the streams, all the replays, all that stuff. Michael Wanioki, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, says, Zach, will you put project instructions on a website or something? I will. I've been taking uploading projects much more seriously, and yeah, I'm putting the instructions up on my Dozuki page. Voidstar.dozuki.com. You don't worry about remembering that. Like, I link it in the README on GitHub. If it's on Thangs, I'll link it in Thangs. If it's on a video, I'll link it in the video. There we go. So yeah, that I work very hard to make good step-by-step instructions on assembling everything, and that's why I also buy a lot of extra parts. That's why I also recommend getting all those. Remember, we were talking about all those extra parts. If you buy extra parts, you'll have spares, so that when you write your instructions, which you're going to do, you can take photographs of the actual assembly process instead of having to pull your project apart. Yes. Doppelcomma says, "Oh, I thought this is a video." I don't. No, it's a little loose, what's the way of saying it? Improvisational to be a video. Stop calling the Chromance a swastika. It's a starburst. It's a starburst. Come on. I'm just gonna have a bot or something replace it with starburst. A few people have. So I've been hearing nonstop about this Voron printer. So I gotta get in touch. One of them actually popped into the stream the other day. So yeah, I gotta take a look at that. I'm thinking about doing an episode on this type of product. Basically, there's the I think Manfrotto or someone. Basically, it's they're camera sliders and stuff, and they send you a bunch of bearings and stuff, and you print the parts. So it's this whole idea of retail devices. This is looking a little nauseating. That are a combination of off the shelf. Basically, you buy a kit of parts and you print stuff. You combine them together, and the Voron works that way. They send you a whole bunch of parts, and you print the rest yourself. And there you go. This printer also worked like that. And I'm curious what people think about it, because on one hand, it's a good way to save money and make it easy for people to customize the things they make. On the other hand, it is very exclusionary to people who don't have printers or aren't comfortable enough using them, and it also puts a time cost on it. So I'm kind of curious. I think it would make an interesting topic for a video. Combination of like retail products that have a combination of kit parts and printed parts. I think that could be pretty funny. Pretty interesting. No, we're not going to. Sorry, folks, we're not going to do any coding today. Half hour isn't enough to make anything meaningful. Yeah, unfortunate. Thomas Winovich says, Frontier foam hardware kits. Yeah, the Nerf Internet community has been doing this forever. You just buy a 3D printed parts kit from Captain Slug, and you buy a parts kit, you print the rest of the parts yourself, and it's very interesting. Yeah, I guess I could talk about. Furuku says, "Hello, Zach. When you building a Stream Deck, your style." This project has been done. It's been done so far to death. It's been done 6 feet under, then through the crust of the earth, into the liquid hot magma, through the core, and out through the other side into the void of space. So many people have done these projects. I think the response would be a resounding, "Oh, you too," or "Oh, it's about," or "Oh, about time you did this." I think it's been done. To death. Especially because the open, what's it called? Open Deck project or something has been around for a while and it's starting to get pretty mature. So people are going to be asking correctly, why you, right? Why are you special? Why do you get to make one? And I don't have a really good answer for that. I've been thinking of doing something similar, except a wearable device, right? I've been thinking of doing some sort of wearable Stream Deck type deal, so that as I move around, I don't have to keep chasing the keypad around, which could be kind of interesting. Yeah, maybe. We could talk about why this heads-up display is baloney. Could briefly touch on that. I actually put in the FAQ that this project can't be done because it doesn't work, and nothing's changed. It still can't be done. The problem is that the display is too close to your eye for you to look at it. And if you think, "Oh, you're just being a wuss," you're just being a wuss, you're just making stuff up because you don't want everyone else to have heads-up displays so that you're special. Okay, buddy, take your phone, turn it on, hold your phone 2 inches away from your eye, and let me know how easy it is to read it, because this display is no different than the display in your phone. They're both flat screens. So yeah, without optics, you can't see it. So okay, you're gonna say, why not just put optics on the screen? Okay, great. What's the point of making it transparent? The optics can't tell the difference between the light coming off the display and the light passing through the display. So it's going to distort everything behind it. And at that point, why even bother making it transparent? So yeah, it cannot work on a physical level. The only way to make this work would be to put a tiny, and I mean tiny, lens fragment in front of each pixel to direct it into your eye, while still allowing light to pass in between those, or something something really bonkers something really bananas a VRD wouldn't count. Like, instead of having LEDs, instead of lasers that just fire collimated light, basically it's a fundamentally unworkable idea. Yeah. So you can't. All right, folks. I'm having a hard time explaining this any better. You physically can't see the screen. You can't see the screen. Like, it doesn't matter how big the screen is. It doesn't matter what data you put on it. You can't see it. It's too close to your eye. It's not physically possible. You can't focus on something an inch away from your eye. Like it doesn't matter what you put on it. Yeah. So, no, Thomas Winovich, you cannot make a red dot sight. No, you can't. It's too close to your eye. Maybe Soko says, or stand off the display 5 inches instead of 2. That'll make it possible, but I mean, you can try this. Like, it's really hard to focus on something any closer than about 8 inches, and even then, you're straining, right? The optics inside a heads-up display, like the Octagon, make it look like it's usually 3 feet is the closest you want it to go. You usually want to make it somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2 to 6 feet, somewhere in the neighborhood. Yeah. And another thing is, some folks are pointing out, why not just stand off the display? All right, on top of that, even if you put the display like 5 inches away, you have a couple problems here. The first is that you have a moment of inertia. So the display feels heavier as you turn your head because you have this big stick to whip around. It's also going to put more torque on the top of your head and pull itself forward. On top of that, because it's so long and far away, it's going to bounce around more easily. Right? Like, it's going to, as you tilt your head or walk or anything, it's going to bounce around and make it even less legible. So the question here is that is there some data that I could put on this thing that is still usable even if it's not clear? So, like, even if it's fuzzy, like, maybe you can still, like, show a compass, perhaps, or, maybe we can show, like, warnings or something. Part of the fun. Beast Bomber says, how do VR headsets do it because they're so close up? So all headsets that use near-eye displays, every one of them uses an optical system called a collimator. So the problem here, right, the problem that's going on here is that light fires off in all directions. So in each pixel, light is fanning out like this in all directions. And that light is hitting your eye in different places, and you can't resolve that because you're getting, if you see a bright light, you don't know whether it's coming from over here or here or here. It has to. Now, if it was focused, right? If the rays were parallel, right, and basically the thing being put in your eye is basically the same size as what you see in real life, then you can see it. There's no stray light that is fuzzing everything up. So there are 2 ways. So a few ways to do this. The easiest is just put the display further away, right? Like, if it's close to your eye, the whole fan is hitting your eye. But as you move further and further away, less and less of that fanned out light is hitting your eye. By pure coincidence, the light that hits your eye is parallel. It makes it easier to see. You can also use a set of optics called a collimator. And the collimator, it bends light to make it more parallel with each other. And that's the secret. VR headsets, AR headsets, camcorder eyepieces, even to an extent those little peepholes and doors. They use collimator optics to bend the light back into parallel to make it look bigger but further. And that's the secret. That's the optic that you're missing. Rich Files Pie asked a neat question. Can optics cancel each other out? They certainly can. In fact, I was talking about the peephole before. You can get an anti-peephole that you put in front of a peephole and it lets you look through it. It's pretty funny. Eric Greenwood asks, so how does your teleprompter work? That one uses So again, it's a collimator, but it uses an interesting optical device called a waveguide. Basically, what's going on in that is it's got so like you have a backlight that's passing through an LCD panel. That passes through a series of lenses that compress it down into a thin strip of light, into a bar. That bar gets reflected off a mirror, like it gets reflected off a mirror at an angle, and then it has this optic called a waveguide that spreads that it reopens that. It spreads those light rays back out from a thin line back into a rectangle, and that collimates it. So that's what's going on with that. That's why the display can be so clear, because the waveguides can be very thin. They still do their job. It's quantum stuff that has to do with the wavelength of the light. It's very weird. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff. Optics. This is, by the way, like I'm stretching the limits of the optics that I know. It's like one of the most complicated topics in physics, and at my old school at Stevens, it was like one of the hell classes in, I think, the physics. I want to say physics and I don't remember the other. There's one of the engineering, physics, math, one of the engineering. They all have to do optics, and that was like people would like literally drop out like junior year because that class was just impossible. B Fingus says talk about Steam Deck. What's there to say about it? It's a Linux computer. I mean, it's a Linux computer in a Switch. I mean, there's nothing to it. It's a Linux computer. It has joysticks. It has touchpads. It has buttons. I mean, I think it's gonna. I mean, if you're wondering, like, are people gonna buy it? No, it's gonna fall on its face. Valve. I don't know what the hell has gone on with Valve. They've lost their friggin' minds. They've reoriented. All right, so basically, it seems like they restructured the company, where a third of the company is doing nothing but selling stuff on Steam. Right, all they're doing is running a storefront. The other third, all they're doing is trying to cram microtransactions into stuff. And the other third, all they're doing is trying to get gaming on Linux. And the second team blew it with Artifact, and all of them got like thrown in the. I think they were probably like chained up in the basement somewhere. But the team trying to get gaming on Linux is still going, and I don't know how or why, because stop trying to make gaming on Linux happen. You're not going to make gaming on Linux happen. Yeah, I don't know why they're throwing all their money into that. I don't know. Whatever it is, what do I think about it? I mean, I don't need it. I got a gaming computer. Yeah. Ledneck says, what the heck? GPD hasn't fallen on its face yet. I don't think the GPD devices... I'm going to be honest. They sell them as gaming devices, but I don't think that's what they're commonly used for. I think the fact that they're small, powerful laptops makes, like, I feel like that's what pushes more of the units. Because if you think about, like, if you need, you need more power, like, you need more power than a tablet, but you need, like, you need more portability than a laptop. Like, it's the perfect device. I wanted to, like, back before there was a pandemic, and, like, I thought I would be going into the field and maintaining stuff all the time, I was, like, inches away from buying a GPD Pocket. Like, they're pretty cool. Yeah. It's pretty fun. Calcium says gaming on Linux is fine. I never said it wasn't. I just don't think it's a moneymaker. I don't think it's going to become as popular as Valve hopes it will. Because, a Linux gaming handheld is only as good as the selection of Linux games. And expecting every game developer to port their game. Alright, so every game developer is already porting their game to PC, PS5, what are we on now? Xbox Pro or whatever. There's that. Switch, possibly PS4, possibly Xbone if they want to be a little backwards compatible. And then saying on top of all of that, hey, also port it to Linux, a system where you have no idea which graphics drivers people are running. Like, I think the ask is too big. The numbers are too small. What's everyone talking about with Proton? What's a Proton? Let's take a look at that. Let's see. Gaming reports for Linux. The goal is to gather reports from gamers as they test games with Linux. So this is like a list of games that run on borked. So a list of games that run on Linux. So it looks like top 10 40% of them are borked. I like that. I like that terminology. Let me make my screen roll. I just, on top of that, like, if you're making a gaming computer, why would you make it Linux? Like, okay, all right, let's break this down to the lowest level. You could run games on Linux, but why? Why not just run on a PC? What justifies the work? Proton is Valve's fork of wine. It'd be interesting. I think I actually tried to use this to get Crysis working on the mini PC episode, and I wasted like 6 hours on it. I didn't make any headway on it. I ended up just streaming it. But I'm kind of curious which games run. Let's see. Let's pick a game. Hot dogs, horseshoes, hand grenades. Playable but markedly less enjoyable due to performance issues. Performance penalty causes VR sickness. Yeah, that makes sense. A VR game needs to be very fast. Needs to have some very fast rendering. Let's see what else. Binding of Isaac better be perfect, because I think there is a Linux version. Yeah, there we go. All right, it's native. Okay, cool. Because if that didn't run on Linux, I wouldn't even know what to think. All right, which game should absolutely not run on Linux? Which one should absolutely not run on Linux? Marathon. No, not any of those. Like the old school first-person shooter for Mac. Nope, not Marathon. Yeah. Nobody nowhere points out Linux is a hobby, Windows is an OS. I've heard that. I've heard the meme. I think Linux. I would say Linux is a utility. It's you're using it for a specific reason, and that Windows isn't very. Windows isn't it doesn't support very well. For instance, like running a server or working on an embedded device. Although, if you want to see some Windows on an embedded device, somebody sent me a Latte Panda a while ago, and I haven't plugged it in yet. I have no idea if it even works. Folks want to see. Folks want to try to plug in a. So this guy here, it's like a Raspberry Pi type deal, except I think it runs full on like Windows. I think it's got like graphics chips and something. It's bananas powerful. What do you think? Should we run this? Should we plug this in and do some experiments? I guess we only have 15 minutes. We'll do that later. But yeah. I think it's... Oh, man. Yeah, make and modify is correct. Try running the internet without Linux. Yeah, you're totally correct. Linux servers are... I mean, they're holding the world together, right? Yeah. But, yeah, we... Where was I going with this? Basically, thanks to everyone for watching. We have 15 minutes left. Might as well give everyone a little time off. Let's see how far along we are on our print. Looks like we still have about 20 minutes left. So last call. Yeah, let's just say last call for questions. Then we'll sign off. And what day is it? Is it Friday? Holy crap! It is Friday. What do you think? Should we? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I've been giving you folks a lot of entertainment, but I seem to have started a flame war. So, maybe I should sit back and watch it myself. I'll grab a beer from the fridge. Got some, let's say last call for questions and hang out a little bit longer, because normally I'd sign off now, but it's Friday, and it's been a long week. Eric Pat says, are you going to VidCon? It's a pandemic, sir. I ain't going anywhere. I'm only going to the grocery store if I absolutely have to. Yeah, Murad Malik asks, what happened to the printer? I was a bit late. The printer's, what happened to the printer was that I had like a 1/4 inch of glue on it left over from when I was testing, and it screwed a print up. But now it seems to be working. Like look at that. That is some just chef's. Is it working? Oh, I unplugged it. Oh no! Ah, this printer cam sucks. It's so easy to unplug. Yeah, I unplugged it. Now it seems to be just chef's kiss perfect. This is one of the better looking prints I've ever done. Hang on one sec. I'm just going to deactivate, turn it off and turn it back on again. It always works. It always works. Excellent. Yoshi Aksharun asks an interesting question. Do you have any recommendations for a very small and cheap 3D printer? First off, I would never recommend buying a small printer. But on top of that, I can't answer this question. I've been given a whole bunch of printers, and anything I say is probably compromised. So unfortunately, I don't think this is something I can answer. I would say cheap printers tend to be harder to set up and they need more maintenance, and the maintenance is going to be harder to perform. So for your first printer, you might want to get something a little more foolproof. Yeah. What's this? Reagan asks about our P.O. box. Let me go on a Discord and I'm really excited about this. It was way harder than it should have been to get this P.O. box. So I'm very proud of, actually pulling through. Oh, I forgot to ping people. Oh, no. Oh, Brooke did it right on time, down to the minute. Way to go, Brooke. Wow. So all this stuff is on Discord, if you're not a member, but you should become a member. Anyways, there you go. That's our mailbox, and we're gonna do some mailbag episodes. I should probably check it, shouldn't I? Dr. Jekyll XYZ asks, what is a great teensy starter project that will build soldering confidence and getting started with code? Keyboard. Build a macro pad. The one thing that Teensy makes easier than almost any other microcontroller is emulating a keyboard, mouse, and joystick. So build a keyboard, mouse, or joystick project. Super easy. All you're doing is hooking up some buttons, and it'll give you, as much or as you can make it as hard or as easy as you want. Yeah. Yep. Super duper nice. I have so another thing I've been thinking about, I've been waffling on and off, is whether to unlist the streams right away. I've been unlisting the streams because I thought Google considered them the same as videos. But lately, Google has been showing separate They've been showing separate stats. They've been separating them out in menus. So I'm thinking that it might. I think their policies might change. I just don't want to. I just don't want anyone who is a patron to feel shortchanged, because patrons get stream previews. But you know what? I think we'll give it a shot. I think I'll leave this one up for a day or two, so that people who are not in our time zone can have a chance to see it. That's something I've been very. That's something I haven't been too comfortable with. Is that people in. Something I haven't been too comfortable with is people in other time zones haven't been able to see it, because it ends, it gets unlisted. How do I not unlist this? I think I'm gonna have to manually. Unselect automatic delist. But yeah, we're gonna do that. I think we can do so. Yeah, manual leveling. I like the mesh leveling. I love mesh leveling. Is just so so good. It's so nice. Oh man, got a few interesting questions here. Ocean Robert says, my Ender 2 Pro's prints always fail after it gets to a certain height, about halfway. Well, the question is, how is it failing? If it's falling off the print bed, then it could be a combination of your bed is not, it's not sticky enough, and could be that you're leveled too close. The nozzle's dragging along the top. Another option could be that if it's jamming, right? If it's jamming, it could be that heat is making its way back up the extruder, and it's melting filament before it fully clears the extruder. So if it's jamming a lot, clean out your filament. Clean out your not your part cooling fan. Clean out your hot end fan. If make sure your hot end fan's working. Make sure the room isn't too hot. Make sure you're not trying to print PLA in an enclosure. You can't print PLA in an enclosure. It melts at too low of a temperature. Yeah, it could also. I mean, if the filament is getting like if it's grinding a half moon out of the filament and it's not feeding anymore, could be that your pressure is too high. You might want to work. You might want to mess around with the linear advance a little, because it could be trying to jam too much filament through. You might also be retracting too far. You might be retracting so far that it, globs up. It's part of the fun. Elias Steiner says, "What's a good price range for a first printer? However much you want to pay." Yeah, I wouldn't break the bank. I think $1,000 max is a good budget. I mean, it comes down to a printer that's well supported, well reviewed, quality instructions, lots of interesting, not interesting, like good reputation, all that good stuff. All that fine. Sarah O. Miller asks, Zach, I asked earlier, but would you want an ANET A8? I don't actually know a lot about it. Let's take a look. I know it's a very common one. I think it's Ender type deal. Yeah, it looks like an older Ender type deal. Right now we have 4 printers, which I think is about 2 printers more than I need. So, yeah. I don't think it would get as much value. You can find a hacker if there's a hacker space nearby, they might be able to use it, especially if it's in good shape. Maybe there's like a kid in the neighborhood who's like just really interested in making stuff. That would just blow his or her mind. Like that would be great. Hey, thanks to Zoster for becoming our newest lab assistant. Your name is going to be read off at the end of videos, including the next one about the project we're working on today. So thank you so much. It's very generous. Let's see. Jigglypug says a ripeness meter. Oh my! That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. Let's open up a webpage here, because it's, if you want to find out how ripe something is, what you're really trying to find out is how much ethylene is being emitted from it. So let's see, ethylene gas sensor. This has to exist. This has to exist. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of scholarly papers, but I'm not seeing a lot of sensors. I don't think this exists, or it's certainly not common. So it looks like this company, Smart Gas, makes C2H4 sensors for detecting. All right, so why am I so hung up on ethylene? Ethylene gas is used sort of like a hormone by plants to indicate when they ripen. Basically, it's not a byproduct of ripening, but it signals ripening, right? So basically this is how a tree has clusters of fruit ripen at the same time. That's why one bad apple spoils the bushel, because the ethylene gas signals to the other fruits that it's time to ripen. So if you can detect how much ethylene is in the air, you can get a sense of how fast ripening is progressing. And it looks like this is, this is a very high-end sensor. This is photoacoustic spectroscopy, one of the most sensitive measuring methods for detecting gases. This is probably a $50,000 sensor here. Blazing That, thank you so much for the super chat. Love you, man. Love you too, Blazing That. I think after the stream ends, I might be blazing that. This has been a long week. Yeah. I don't think this is practical. So no, I don't think I can make a ripening sensor. The best thing we could do is try to detect it using like computer vision, which I think the hard part would be getting training data, right? Because you need to get thousands of bananas to get like high quality training data to visually recognize a banana. So I don't know. I guess we got the browser window open. Might as well look it up. Banana computer vision training data. Let's see. 15. No, we don't want to classify fruits. Ripeness classification of bananas using an artificial intelligence. Oh, someone did a paper. Let's see if we can get their model, though. Yep, feature extraction. Ripening of bananas, that is an important keyword, isn't it? Be free, please. Oh, it's on ResearchGate. Nice. I'm not gonna join. Oh, it's downloaded anyways. Nice. Yeah, it's on ResearchGate, so it's free. Okay, so let's see where they made the what they did with the database. Check that out. Look at that. Exactly how they did it. Image they pre-processed the bananas. A database of Egyptian banana species with different ripening levels is created. The database is comprised of 300 banana images with different ripening levels such as unripe, yellowish green, mid-ripe, and overripe. All the samples are collected by a digital Samsung Note 3 color camera, i.e. an intern or a grad student. I think some poor grad student had to take 1,500 pictures of bananas. Very nice. The data says 104 green bananas, 57 yellow bananas, 97 mid-ripe bananas, and 42 overripe bananas. That's not a very large training set. So it looks like they're doing feature extraction here. They're looking for spots and color. So they're doing this along two axes. I was only thinking of one, but that's pretty interesting because yeah, there's going to be more entropy in a picture of an overripe banana because it has spots. So let's see. So here we go. Oh, this is, So let's see how they did this. I'm not an expert with neural networks. So I'm not sure I'm analyzing all this right, but I think I'm in the right level. So the structure of the neural network was. It says hidden layer. What are we using? We're using Levenberg-Marcotte backpropagation optimization. 4 neurons. So this is not a very sophisticated machine learning model. Yeah. Pretty. I've never heard of that particular training. It's not the one that's used, but commonly in TensorFlow. I think that's Atom or something. I might be mixing stuff up. So it looks like yeah. So this chart here is which features most strongly correlate, which of these features can be determined, can be quantified most easily, and which of those most strongly correlate to banana ripeness. So, very, very interesting. So it looks like this is, so it looks like they didn't go hard into actually training the model. This was more about building the model and structuring the problem. But it still seems very interesting. So even their unsophisticated prototype model seems to be about. They're claiming 0.985 precision, but that has to be. They're not. They never said. They're not bifurcating their data, so it could be overtrained. Yeah, so I'm guessing this is overtrained, but it's still pretty interesting. I don't know. That was a neat little rabbit hole to dive down. We lost like 150 people while I was looking around at bananas. Yeah, let's find some other interesting questions. Oh, the noise is the printer. If it's too loud, I have a filter I could enable, but it'll make my voice sound a little muddier. Let's see if they credited the intern. Let's see if they credited the poor sap who had to take all the banana pictures. I would assume no, because there are only 2 people. Yeah, I assume this is just 2 grad students, because they only have a small number of publications. So, who knows? It's pretty cool, pretty funny paper, I'm gonna be honest. Oh man, like, I have this headcanon where, like, there's a god and he created the world, and he just, went off to, like, go shopping or something, and now he comes back and, like, we've taken over the planet, and he's looking down, he's like, have they been studying their own brains and figuring out how to emulate that on computers, and then using that to figure out which bananas are ripe? What? Anyways, oh no, it looks like our support detached from the build plate.
You missed a super chat.
I missed a super chat. Oh no, thought I was paying close attention. We got Blaze in that. Am I scrolled too far up?
Oh, you got that one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I said hi to Blaze in that. He said he loved me, man. Yeah, it looks like... Yep, it looks like a piece of our support material has detached, so this is going to be very hairy. I don't like printing on glass. I have bad results with it. Maybe I should have applied glue after all. Look at all that fur. Oh well. Let's see. Astro Penguin says, search on AliExpress ethylene gas sensor ME3-CH C2H4 sensor. So here we go. I'm not sure. Here, let me show you what I'm looking at here. So here's the thing. Here's the thingy. These sensors can be very... Alright, so this is detecting 0 to 100 parts per million. I don't actually know what our numbers are here. These types of sensors can be very inaccurate. It's an electrochemical gas sensor. So this thing probably detects a whole bunch of different gases. And difficult to train. You hear that clicking noise? Yep, that's the extruder running over... That's the extruder running over the filament that should have been printed on that support material, but now is being printed in midair. I'm going to cancel the print. That print is impossible. Can I get an F? Yep, it can't finish. It can't print into open air. Boo. Yeah. I gotta practice with this, so we can. I gotta practice with this so we can get some more experience working with bare glass. This PLA is just not like the bottom layer looks gorgeous, but it just ain't sticking. Ain't sticking. It's gone Scotch and it's stickum. Bogus. Yeah. Anyways, thanks so much for joining me on today's build. I think we got pretty far. I think we got pretty far along. We made it all the way to this. We even uploaded this bad boy to Thangs. So yeah, LNS, thanks a lot for the super chat. F indeed. Bed temperature was 60 Celsius, Billy. So yeah, I think it's about time to bring this to a close. If you're not a subscriber, I don't know what the hell you've been doing here all this time. You better hit that button. Join our Discord, discord.gg/VoidStarLab. Yeah, if you want to support the channel, Super Chats and Patreon are both the way to go. Next video is going to be a blast. We're going to make this heads-up display that I'm 99% sure isn't going to work, but that 1%, that's where the pudding is. Anyways, thanks a lot for watching. This has been a really fun stream. It's been a really tough week, and I wish everyone here a really relaxing weekend, and I'll see you in the future. Take care. Oh yeah, and thanks to Thangs for sponsoring this. Thangs rules. Use it. Links in the description. Click it. They make me, that'll make me look good, and it'll also open you up to a whole world of really kick-ass projects that you can print. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the future.